Captain Hera of the Vidian warship Nexus Prime despised humans. Their grotesque appearance offended her refined Vidian sensibilities. As her ship entered Earth's orbit, Hera stood rigid on the bridge, violet skin shimmering under the harsh lights. Her iridescent eyes narrowed, scanning the blue planet below with unconcealed disgust. Initiating docking procedures with the International Space Station, her first officer reported. Hera's communicator chimed. She tapped it, revealing a holographic message from Vidian High Command. Her mandibles clicked in irritation as she read the orders. Lead the diplomatic team personally. Negotiate an alliance with these creatures. The airlock hissed open. Hera stepped forward, her statuesque figure towering over the human delegation. Lieutenant Commander Donald Mitchell stood at the front, his rugged features a stark contrast to Vidian beauty standards. He extended a hand, skin rough and earth-toned. Hera recoiled, barely masking her revulsion. The human delegation tensed, the atmosphere immediately charged with unspoken hostility. Mitchell's eyes hardened, but he maintained a professional demeanor. Welcome aboard the ISS, Captain Hera. We're honored to host this historic meeting. Hera inclined her head stiffly, not trusting herself to speak. As they moved towards the conference room, klaxons blared throughout the station. Red emergency lights bathed the corridor in an eerie glow. Zergan battlecruiser decloaking off our port bow. A panicked voice echoed over the intercom. The station shuddered as the first volley of Zergan weapons found their mark. Hera stumbled, her shoulder brushing against Mitchell's. She jerked away, but the human's strong grip steadied her. We need to move, Mitchell barked, his training kicking in. The conference room's too exposed. Hera hesitated, her ingrained prejudice warring with survival instincts. Another blast rocked the station, making the decision for her. They sprinted down the corridor, the sounds of destruction growing louder behind them. A bulkhead exploded, cutting them off from their respective teams. Hera found herself alone with the human, her worst nightmare realized. Mitchell grabbed her arm, pulling her into a side passage as debris rained down. The escape pods are 2 levels down, he shouted over the chaos. We need to hurry. Hera wanted to argue, to assert her authority, but the urgency in Mitchell's voice silenced her protests. They navigated the crumbling station, Mitchell's quick reflexes and combat awareness impressing even Hera's battle-hardened senses. They reached the escape pod bay, steam hissing from ruptured pipes. A single functioning pod remained, its hatch invitingly open. The station groaned, metal twisting as another Zergan barrage threatened to tear it apart. Hera hesitated, her gaze darting between the pod and the human beside her. The thought of close confinement with this creature repulsed her, but the alternative was certain death. Mitchell met her eyes, understanding the unspoken dilemma. We don't have a choice, Captain. It's now or never. With a final, ear-splitting screech of tearing metal, the decision was made for them. Hera lunged for the pod, Mitchell right behind her. As the hatch sealed shut, Hera realized that her preconceptions about humans were about to be put to the ultimate test. In the confined space of the escape pod, she would either find confirmation of her worst fears or be forced to reconsider everything she thought she knew about these ugly, yet surprisingly capable beings. The escape pod lurched violently as it detached from the dying International Space Station. Hera's mandibles clicked in agitation as she found herself pressed against Mitchell, the pod's cramped interior forcing them into uncomfortable proximity. The human's warmth and scent assaulted her senses, threatening to overwhelm her. Stabilizing thrusters engaged, Mitchell announced, his fingers dancing across the control panel. We're clear of the debris field. Hera tried to shift away, but there was nowhere to go. She watched with a mixture of reluctant admiration and disgust as Mitchell expertly navigated their descent. His calm efficiency in the face of danger was unexpectedly impressive. A sudden lurch sent them careening off course. Warning lights flashed across the console as Mitchell fought to regain control. Heat shields failing, he grunted, sweat beading on his brow. Temperatures rising fast. The pod's interior quickly became stifling. Hera felt her violet skin begin to glisten with perspiration, her breath coming in short gasps. Without thinking, she began to unfasten the outer layer of her uniform. Mitchell glanced at her, then nodded grimly. "Good idea," he said, shrugging out his own jacket. "We need to cool down, or we'll pass out before we hit the atmosphere." As they shed layers, Hera couldn't help but stare at Mitchell's exposed skin. The play of muscles beneath his alien epidermis was fascinating, so different from Vidian physiology. She caught herself tracing the line of his jaw with her eyes and quickly looked away, confused by her own reaction. The pod shuddered as it entered Earth's atmosphere, flames licking at the viewport. Mitchell's hands flew over the controls, his face a mask of concentration. "Navigation's shot," he muttered. "We're off course." Hera leaned in, her own military training kicking in. "Can we correct?" Mitchell shook his head. "Not enough fuel. Brace for impact." The world became a blur of motion and sound. Hera felt Mitchell's arm wrap around her protectively as they plummeted towards the planet's surface. The last thing she saw before blackness took her was a sea of green rushing up to meet them. Consciousness returned slowly, accompanied by a symphony of unfamiliar sounds and scents. Hera blinked, her iridescent eyes struggling to focus in the filtered sunlight. She was lying on something soft and damp, surrounded by towering vegetation unlike anything she'd ever seen. A groan beside her snapped her to full alertness. Mitchell was struggling to sit up, a gash on his forehead oozing red blood. Without thinking, Hera reached out to steady him. "Are you functional?" she asked, surprising herself with the concern in her voice. Mitchell nodded, wincing. "I'll live. You?" Hera took stock of her own condition. Minor contusions. Nothing critical. She looked around, taking in the dense foliage and humid air. "Where are we?" "Looks like the Amazon rainforest," Mitchell replied, his eyes scanning their surroundings. "We're way off course. It'll be hard for rescue teams to find us here." Hera felt a flutter of panic. She was trapped on an alien world with a human, surrounded by unknown flora and fauna. The thought should have disgusted her, but instead, she felt a strange mix of fear and exhilaration. Mitchell stood, offering her a hand. After a moment's hesitation, Hera took it, allowing him to pull her to her feet. The contact sent an unexpected shiver through her. "We need to find water and shelter," Mitchell said, slipping easily into survival mode. "Nights can get cold here, and there are predators we need to watch out for." As they began to move through the underbrush, Hera found herself constantly startled by the teeming life around them. A colorful bird took flight, its plumage a riot of hues she'd never imagined. Something slithered across their path, scales glinting in a shaft of sunlight. "What is that?" she asked, unable to keep the wonder from her voice. Mitchell smiled, a gesture Hera was starting to find less repulsive. "A rainbow boa," he explained. "Harmless to us. This rainforest is one of the most biodiverse places on Earth." As they trekked deeper into the jungle, Mitchell pointed out various plants and animals, explaining their roles in the ecosystem. Hera found herself fascinated by the intricate web of life surrounding them. She began to see the beauty in the alien landscape, her perspective shifting with each new discovery. The day wore on, the humidity sapping their strength. As darkness fell, they found a small clearing near a bubbling stream. Mitchell quickly set about gathering materials for a shelter, his movements efficient and purposeful. "We should rest here for the night," he said, gesturing to the lean-to he'd constructed. "It's not much, but it'll keep the rain off if a storm rolls in." Hera nodded, suddenly aware of how exhausted she was. As they settled into the cramped shelter, she found herself pressed against Mitchell once again. This time, however, the contact didn't repulse her. Instead, she found herself drawing comfort from his solid presence. The night air grew cool, and Hera instinctively moved closer to Mitchell's warmth. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully wrapped an arm around her. "Body heat," he explained softly. "It's the most efficient way to stay warm." Hera nodded, not trusting herself to speak. As she drifted off to sleep, lulled by the symphony of night creatures, she realized that her perception of humans, and of Mitchell in particular, was changing. In this alien environment, she was seeing him with new eyes, appreciating his strength, his knowledge, and his surprising gentleness. The morning brought new challenges and discoveries. As they continued their journey, searching for signs of civilization, Hera found herself looking at Mitchell in a different light. The features she had once found grotesque now seemed intriguing. The way the sunlight played across his skin, the tenacity in his eyes as he forged a path through the undergrowth. She couldn't look away. Their path led them to a clearing where ancient stone structures rose from the forest floor. Hera's breath caught in her throat as she took in the weathered carvings and crumbling pyramids. "An ancient human civilization," Mitchell explained, his voice filled with awe. "Probably Mayan or Incan. These ruins are thousands of years old." As they explored the site, Hera's curiosity got the better of her. "Tell me about your people's history," she said, running her hand along a moss-covered stone. "How did you achieve all this?" Mitchell's eyes lit up, and he began to speak, telling her tales of human perseverance, innovation, and exploration. Hera listened, enraptured, seeing humanity in a new light. As they talked, moving deeper into the ruins, she didn't notice the loose stones beneath her feet until it was too late. The ground gave way, and they plummeted into darkness. Hera felt Mitchell's arms around her, shielding her from the impact as they landed in a heap on a cold stone floor. Dust settled around them as they caught their breath. Bodies pressed together in the pitch-black chamber. Hera's heart raced, but whether from the fall or their proximity, she couldn't say. As they began to explore their surroundings, searching for a way out, she realized that her journey with Mitchell was not nearly finished, and that her feelings about humans and about herself were changing in ways she never could have imagined, and that her feelings about humans and about herself were changing in ways she never could have anticipated. As dawn broke over the Amazonian rainforest, Hera's eyes fluttered open. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows across their makeshift shelter. She found herself still pressed against Mitchell, his arm draped protectively over her waist. For a moment, she allowed herself to savor the warmth of his body, the steady rhythm of his breathing. Then, as if suddenly aware of her own thoughts, she stiffened and carefully extricated herself from his embrace. Mitchell stirred, his eyes opening slowly as he took in their surroundings. "Morning," he said, his voice still rough with sleep. "How are you feeling?" Hera clicked her mandibles, a gesture of uncertainty. "Functional," she replied, trying to maintain her composure. "We should begin our search for sustenance and clean water." Mitchell nodded, stretching as he rose to his feet. "Let's start with water. I can show you how to purify it using what we have around us." As they ventured out into the lush jungle, Hera found herself constantly glancing at Mitchell. His movements were sure and purposeful, his eyes scanning their surroundings with a mix of caution and curiosity. He paused by a cluster of brightly colored fruits, plucking one and examining it closely. "These are safe to eat," he explained, handing one to Hera. "The skin is a bit tough, but the flesh inside is sweet and nutritious." Hera hesitated before taking a bite. The burst of flavor on her tongue was unlike anything she had experienced before. She found herself savoring the taste, her opinion of Earth's flora improving with each mouthful. As they continued their foraging, Mitchell led them to a small stream. He quickly set about constructing a makeshift filtration system using layers of leaves, sand, and gravel. Hera watched, fascinated by the ingenuity of the design. "This will remove most of the impurities," Mitchell explained as he poured water through the natural filter. "It's not perfect, but it'll keep us hydrated without making us sick." Hera nodded, impressed despite herself. "Your adaptability is remarkable," she admitted. "I'm beginning to understand how your species has survived on such a diverse planet." Mitchell smiled, the expression causing an unexpected flutter in Hera's chest. "We've had to learn to work with our environment, not against it," he said. "It's a lesson we're still learning as a species." Their search for a way to contact their authorities led them to a steep cliff face. As they began their ascent, Hera found herself struggling with the unfamiliar terrain. Her feet slipped on loose rocks, and she felt a moment of panic as she lost her balance. Suddenly, Mitchell's hand was there, strong and steady. "I've got you," he said, his eyes meeting hers. "Take my hand." Hera hesitated, her ingrained prejudices warring with her need for assistance. After a moment, she reached out, her slender fingers interlocking with Mitchell's broader ones. The contact sent a jolt through her, a mix of unfamiliar sensations that left her feeling both unsettled and oddly exhilarated. As they reached the summit, both slightly out of breath, Hera found herself reluctant to let go of Mitchell's hand. When she finally did, she felt a strange sense of loss. Their efforts were rewarded by the discovery of an old research station, its metal walls weathered by years of exposure to the elements. Inside, they found a treasure trove of outdated but potentially functional equipment. Mitchell immediately set to work on the radio system, his fingers deftly manipulating wires and circuits. Hera, feeling somewhat out of her depth with the unfamiliar technology, decided to explore the rest of the station. In a dusty corner, she discovered a cache of data logs. As she scrolled through the information, her eyes widened. The logs detailed extensive efforts to study and preserve Earth's ecosystems, revealing a depth of care and concern for their planet that she had never associated with humans before. "Mitchell," she called, her voice tinged with excitement. "You should see this." As she shared her discovery with him, she saw a flicker of pride in his eyes. "We've made a lot of mistakes," he said softly, "but we're trying to do better, to be better stewards of our world." Before Hera could respond, a low rumble of thunder echoed across the sky. Dark clouds rolled in with alarming speed, and within moments, the air was filled with the sound of rain hammering against the station's metal roof. "Tropical storm," Mitchell said, his voice raised to be heard over the deluge. "We should stay here until it passes." As the storm intensified, the old structure began to groan under the strain. Hera felt a surge of unease, her eyes darting around the room as she assessed potential escape routes. Suddenly, there was a deafening crack. Hera looked up to see a section of the roof collapsing. Before she could react, she felt Mitchell's hands on her shoulders, pushing her roughly to the side. She stumbled, catching herself against a wall as debris rained down where she had been standing moments before. When the dust settled, she saw Mitchell on the ground, a thin trickle of blood running down his temple. Without thinking, she rushed to his side, her heart pounding with an emotion she couldn't quite name. "Mitchell," she cried, her hands hovering over him uncertainly. "Are you injured?" He groaned, pushing himself up to a sitting position. "I'm okay," he said, wincing as he touched the cut on his forehead. "Just a scratch." Hera found herself studying his face intently as she cleaned the wound, noting the way his skin flushed with exertion, the fine lines around his eyes that crinkled when he smiled through the pain. She was struck by how alien yet increasingly appealing his features were becoming to her. As night fell and the storm showed no signs of abating, the temperature in the station began to drop. Hera found herself shivering, her body ill-equipped for the sudden chill. "We need to conserve body heat," Mitchell said, his voice low, and slightly hesitant. It's the most efficient way to stay warm. Hera nodded, unable to argue with the logic. As they huddled together in a corner of the room, she found herself acutely aware of every point of contact between them. Mitchell's scent enveloped her, a mix of sweat and something uniquely human that she found strangely comforting. In the darkness, with the storm raging outside, Hera felt her perception of Mitchell and of humans in general shifting dramatically. The warmth of his body, the gentle strength of his arms around her, the steady beat of his heart against her back, all of it combined to create a sense of safety and connection she had never experienced before. As she drifted off to sleep, lulled by the rhythm of Mitchell's breathing, Hera realized that her journey of discovery was just the beginning. The lines between ally and adversary, between disgust and desire, were blurring in ways she never could have anticipated. And as the night wore on, she found herself both terrified and exhilarated by the possibilities that lay ahead. As the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, Hera stirred, her body stiff from the night spent on the hard floor of the research station. She blinked, her compound eyes adjusting to the dim light, and found Mitchell already awake, packing their meager supplies. "The storm's past," he said, noticing her movement. "I think we should try to explore further, see if we can find a better spot for potential rescue." Hera nodded, stretching her limbs. "Agreed. This station is unstable after last night's damage." They set out into the lush Amazonian rainforest, the air heavy with moisture from the recent storm. As they pushed through the dense undergrowth, Hera found herself studying Mitchell's movements. His steps were sure, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. She noticed how his muscles flexed as he pushed aside a large leaf, and quickly averted her gaze, confused by her own reaction. The jungle presented a series of challenges that forced them to work together. They scrambled over fallen trees, helped each other across slippery rocks, and took turns leading the way through the dense foliage. With each obstacle overcome, Hera felt the barriers between them eroding further. As the day wore on, they came to a wide, fast-flowing river that blocked their path. The water rushed by, churning and frothing against the rocks. Mitchell surveyed the scene, his brow furrowed in concentration. "We can't swim across," he said. "The current's too strong. We'll need to build a raft." He began gathering fallen logs, and Hera joined him, her strength proving invaluable in moving the heavier pieces. As they worked side by side, binding the logs together with vines, Hera found her gaze continually drawn to Mitchell. The humid heat had caused him to remove his shirt, revealing his muscular torso. Sweat glistened on his skin, highlighting the contours of his body. Hera felt a strange flutter in her chest, a sensation she couldn't quite identify. She tried to focus on the task at hand, but found herself distracted by the play of muscles beneath Mitchell's skin as he worked. Finally, their makeshift raft was complete. They pushed it into the water, Mitchell holding it steady as Hera climbed aboard. As they began to navigate the treacherous waters, the full force of the current became apparent. The raft rocked violently, threatening to capsize at any moment. "We need to coordinate," Mitchell shouted over the roar of the water. "When I say now, paddle hard to the left." Hera gripped her makeshift paddle tightly, her hearts racing with a mix of fear and exhilaration. As they approached a particularly turbulent section, Mitchell called out, "Now!" They both threw their weight into the turn, narrowly avoiding a collision with a partially submerged log. The raft teetered precariously, and Hera felt herself losing balance. Suddenly, she was falling, the rushing water reaching up to claim her. In an instant, Mitchell's strong arms were around her, pulling her back from the brink. She found herself pressed against his chest, his skin warm and damp against her exoskeleton. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Hera was acutely aware of every point of contact between them, of Mitchell's rapid heartbeat, of his breath on her neck. The moment passed as quickly as it had come. They righted themselves, working together to guide the raft to the opposite shore. As they dragged themselves onto dry land, both were breathing heavily, not just from exertion. They found themselves in a small clearing, the sound of rushing water growing louder as they pushed through the undergrowth. Suddenly, they emerged into a breathtaking scene. A hidden waterfall cascaded down a rocky cliff face, feeding into a series of crystal-clear pools. "We should rest here," Mitchell suggested, his voice slightly hoarse. "Clean ourselves up, refill our water supplies." Hera nodded, suddenly very aware of the grime and sweat coating her body. They moved to separate pools, maintaining a semblance of privacy. As Hera lowered herself into the cool water, she couldn't help but steal glances at Mitchell. He stood waist-deep in the water, rivulets running down his chest and back. The sunlight filtering through the canopy played across his skin, highlighting the alien yet increasingly appealing contours of his body. Hera found herself reevaluating her previous disgust for human physiology, her perception shifting with each passing moment. Their moment of respite was shattered by a bone-chilling roar. From the undergrowth emerged a massive predator, its body a terrifying fusion of jaguar and bear. Its eyes locked onto Hera, nostrils flaring at her alien scent. Before Hera could react, Mitchell was there, placing himself between her and the creature. He had fashioned a crude spear from a branch, holding it out before him as the beast advanced. "Stay back," Mitchell shouted, his voice steady despite the danger. The creature lunged, its massive paw swiping at Mitchell. He ducked, jabbing with the spear, but not before the beast's claws raked across his arm, leaving a deep gash. Hera, snapping out of her initial shock, joined the fray. She used her superior Vidian strength to hurl a large rock at the creature, striking it squarely in the head. The beast stumbled, momentarily dazed. Together, Hera and Mitchell pressed their advantage. Mitchell thrust his spear forward, driving the creature back, while Hera continued her barrage of rocks. Finally, with a frustrated roar, the predator retreated into the jungle. As the adrenaline of the moment faded, Hera turned to Mitchell, her eyes widening at the sight of blood streaming down his arm. Without hesitation, she moved to his side, her medical training taking over. "Sit," she commanded, guiding him to a nearby rock. She tore a strip of fabric from her shirt, using it to clean the wound. As she worked, her face drew close to Mitchell's, their breath mingling in the humid air. For a moment, their eyes met, and Hera felt an unfamiliar tension building between them. Mitchell's gaze dropped to her mandibles, then back to her eyes. They leaned in slightly, drawn by some unseen force. At the last second, they both pulled back, the reality of their situation reasserting itself. Hera quickly finished bandaging Mitchell's arm, her touch lingering perhaps a moment longer than necessary. As night fell, they sought shelter in a small cave near the waterfall. The close quarters heightened the tension between them, every accidental brush of skin against exoskeleton sending shivers through both of them. Hera found sleep elusive, her mind racing with conflicting emotions. She studied Mitchell's sleeping form, noticing the gentle rise and fall of his chest, the way his eyelashes fluttered as he dreamed. She was struck by how her perception of human beauty had shifted, finding appeal in features she once found repulsive. In the depths of the night, a new sound cut through the jungle's nocturnal chorus. The distant hum of engines, growing steadily closer. Hera and Mitchell locked eyes, realizing their time alone was coming to an end. As they prepared to signal the approaching search party, a moment of vulnerability overcame them. Without a word, they fell into a fierce embrace, their bodies pressed tightly together. The contact sent waves of desire coursing through them both, leaving them breathless and conflicted. They quickly separated as the lights from the search vehicles drew nearer, both acutely aware that their relationship had fundamentally changed. Standing at the edge of the clearing, their hands nearly touching, Hera and Mitchell waited for their rescuers to arrive. The air between them crackled with unpurposed tension, the future of their relationship, and perhaps that of human-Vidian relations, hanging in the balance. As the first searcher's voice called out, Hera glanced at Mitchell, seeing her own mix of relief and regret mirrored in his eyes. Whatever came next, she knew their shared journey was not nearly finished. As the sound of engines grew louder, Hera and Mitchell exchanged a meaningful glance. In that moment, a shared epiphany struck them both. Their unique experience could be the key to bridging the gap between their species. "Mitchell," Hera whispered urgently, "we need to use this. Our story, our cooperation, it could change everything." He nodded, understanding immediately. "We present a united front. Show them what's possible when humans and Vidians work together." As the first beams of searchlights cut through the dense foliage, Hera and Mitchell stepped forward, shoulders nearly touching. The clearing filled with the sound of crackling underbrush and barked orders as the search party emerged. Commander Zara, Hera's Vidian second-in-command, was the first to break through the tree-line. Her compound eyes widened at the sight of Hera standing so close to a human. Major Brian Thompson, Mitchell's superior, followed close behind, his hand instinctively moving to his holstered weapon. "Stand down," Mitchell called out, his voice steady and authoritative. "We're both unharmed." Hera took a small step forward, her antennae twitching with hardly restrained emotion. "The situation is under control. We have much to discuss." The atmosphere in the clearing was electric with tension as human and Vidian forces eyed each other warily. Weapons remained holstered, but hands hovered close, ready for action at a moment's notice. Hera and Mitchell began recounting their ordeal, their voices intertwining as they described the challenges they had faced together. They emphasized their cooperation, how they had relied on each other's strengths to survive. "Without Mitchell's quick thinking, I would have been swept away by the river," Hera said, her mandibles clicking softly as she spoke. Mitchell nodded, adding, "And without Hera's strength and medical knowledge, I wouldn't have survived the Predator attack." As they spoke, Hera found herself unconsciously moving closer to Mitchell. Their arms brushed, sending a shiver through her exoskeleton. She noticed Commander Zara's eyes narrowing at this proximity, her antennae twitching in a way that signaled both curiosity and concern. Major Thompson cleared his throat, his brow furrowed. "We need to get you both checked out. We've set up a temporary camp not far from here." The group moved through the jungle, Hera and Mitchell walking side by side. Behind them, whispered conversations and pointed glances followed their every move. At the camp, a human doctor and a Vidian healer approached, medical kits in hand. They exchanged uncertain looks before Commander Zara stepped in. "Work together," she ordered, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Combine your knowledge to ensure both patients receive the best possible care." As the medical professionals began their examination, an unexpected dialogue emerged. The human doctor marveled at the Vidian's advanced dermal regeneration techniques, while the Vidian healer was fascinated by the human's approach to pain management. Night fell, and Hera found herself being led to a separate tent for debriefing. As she moved away from Mitchell, she felt an unexpected sense of loss, as if a part of her was being left behind. Inside the tent, Commander Zara fixed Hera with an intense stare. "Repos, lieutenant. What exactly happened out there?" Hera began recounting the events, but found herself stumbling over words she had never struggled with before. Every time she tried to voice her previous anti-human sentiments, the words felt hollow, contradicted by her recent experiences. The human Mitchell, he proved to be unexpectedly capable, Hera said, her antennae twitching nervously. Commander Zara leaned forward, her compound eyes reflecting the dim light of the tent. "And your personal feelings towards this human?" Hera felt her heart's race, unsure how to respond. Before she could formulate an answer, a commotion outside interrupted them. In the center of the camp, A young human officer was gesticulating wildly, his voice rising above the nocturnal sounds of the jungle. I saw them. By the river. They were kissing. Hera's heart nearly stopped. She recognized the officer as Ensign Alex Carter, whom she had glimpsed earlier while sneaking away with Mitchell. The camp erupted into chaos. Human and Vidian officers alike began shouting, some in disbelief, others in disgust. Commander Zara turned to Hera, her expression unreadable. "Is this true?" she asked, her voice low and dangerous. Before Hera could respond, a loud alarm blared through the camp. Major Thompson's voice cut through the din. Zergan battlecruiser detected nearby. All personnel to battle stations. In an instant, the focus shifted from the scandalous revelation to the imminent threat. Hera rushed out of the tent, her eyes scanning the crowd for Mitchell. She found him emerging from his own debriefing, looking equally shaken. Their eyes met across the chaos of the camp. In that moment, they both knew that everything had changed. The looming Zergan threat, their growing attraction, the exposure of their intimate moment. It all coalesced into a pivotal juncture that could alter the course of human-Vidian relations forever. As officers scrambled to prepare for the potential Zergan attack, Hera and Mitchell found themselves at the center of attention once again. Major Thompson approached, his face grim. "We need to decide on a course of action," he said, looking between Hera and Mitchell. "Do we engage the Zergan together, or do our forces act independently?" The weight of the moment pressed down on them. Hera and Mitchell exchanged a meaningful glance, knowing that their next words could shape the future of interspecies cooperation. Mitchell took a deep breath, preparing to address the gathered forces. Hera stepped closer to him, her presence a silent show of support. As they stood there, united in the face of both personal and galactic challenges, the jungle around them seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see what would unfold. Mitchell stepped forward, his voice clear and commanding. "We engage together," he declared, locking eyes with Major Thompson. "Our strength lies in unity." Hera nodded, her antennae twitching in agreement. "The Zergans won't expect a coordinated assault from both human and Vidian forces. We can use that to our advantage." As they outlined their strategy, combining human adaptability with Vidian technological prowess, the skepticism on both sides began to fade. Commander Zara's compound eyes widened as Hera seamlessly integrated Vidian battle tactics with human maneuvers. Major Thompson listened intently, his initial reservations giving way to grudging respect. "It's a bold plan," he admitted, "but it just might work." The joint forces moved swiftly to a nearby clearing, transforming it into a makeshift command center. As they worked, Ensign Alex Carter approached Major Thompson, his face etched with concern. "Sir, I need to speak with you privately," Carter whispered, glancing nervously at Hera and Mitchell. Thompson nodded, leading Carter to a secluded spot. "What is it, Ensign?" Carter swallowed hard. "Sir, I saw something by the river. Captain Mitchell and the Vidian, they were intimate." Thompson's lips pursed, his mind racing with the potential implications. After a moment, he spoke softly. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Ensign. For now, let's keep this between us. We can't afford any distractions." As they rejoined the group, alarms blared. A Zergan scout ship had entered the atmosphere. "Hera and Mitchell, take a team and intercept," Commander Zara ordered. Without hesitation, they assembled a mixed squad of humans and Vidians, moving out with practiced efficiency. As they approached the Zergan ship's landing site, Mitchell signaled for the team to take cover. The scout ship touched down, its sleek, obsidian hull gleaming in the moonlight. 3 Zergan soldiers emerged, their bioluminescent skin pulsing with eerie blue light. Hera and Mitchell exchanged a silent glance, years of training condensed into a single moment of understanding. They moved in perfect sync, flanking the Zergans from opposite sides. As the firefight erupted, Mitchell spotted a Zergan energy weapon charging, aimed directly at Hera. Without thinking, he leaped forward, tackling her to the ground as the blast seared the air above them. Hera's compound eyes met Mitchell's, a moment of shared vulnerability amidst the chaos. "Thank you," she breathed, her mandibles brushing against his cheek. The skirmish ended quickly, with the Zergan scouts subdued and their ship captured intact. As they secured the prisoners, Mitchell accessed the ship's computer, his eyes widening at the information displayed. "Hera, look at this," he called out. "They're planning to establish a foothold on Earth." Hera leaned in close, her antennae twitching as she processed the data. "Not just Earth," she added. "They're targeting Vidian territories as well." They rushed back to the base camp, the weight of their discovery spurring them on. As they briefed the joint forces, the gravity of the situation settled over the assembled officers. "This is no longer about our individual species," Hera declared, her voice resonating through the command center. "The Zergans threaten us all." Mitchell stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hera. "We propose a formal alliance between humans and Vidians. It's our best chance against this common enemy." A murmur rippled through the crowd, a mix of apprehension and hope. Major Thompson and Commander Zara exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. As night fell, the base camp buzzed with activity. Humans and Vidians worked side by side, preparing for the impending battle. Amid the controlled chaos, Commander Zara pulled Hera aside. "Lieutenant, we need to talk," Zara said, her compound eyes fixed intently on Hera. "Your behavior towards a human, Mitchell. It's becoming noticeable." Hera's antennae twitched nervously. "Commander, I assure you, dash." "It's not just about you," Zara interrupted. "This could have far-reaching consequences for our entire society." Their voices rose, drawing attention from nearby officers. Hera found herself defending not just her actions, but her evolving perspective on human-Vidian relations. On the other side of the camp, Mitchell faced his own interrogation. Major Thompson approached, his expression unreadable. "Captain, I need to know if your judgment has been compromised," Thompson said quietly. "Your closeness with the Vidian officer hasn't gone unnoticed." Mitchell straightened, meeting Thompson's gaze. "Sir, my focus remains on the mission. Our cooperation with the Vidians is crucial for our survival." As preparations continued, Hera and Mitchell found themselves working closely in the command center. The physical proximity reignited the tension between them, each subtle touch sending shivers through their bodies. A junior officer approached with a data pad, her eyes widening as she noticed Hera's hand lingering on Mitchell's arm. She quickly retreated, whispering to her colleagues. The next morning, as the joint human-Vidian fleet prepared to launch, Hera and Mitchell were assigned to lead the main assault team. They boarded the lead ship, acutely aware of the eyes following their every move. As they took their positions on the bridge, their hands brushed. A jolt of electricity passed between them, and they locked eyes. In that moment, the weight of their responsibility mingled with the undeniable pull of their growing connection. The fleet lifted off, cutting through the atmosphere towards the looming confrontation. Hera and Mitchell stood side by side, their bodies nearly touching, as the Zergan battlecruiser came into view on the main screen. "All ships, prepare for engagement," Mitchell commanded, his voice steady despite the tension coursing through him. Hera's antennae twitched in anticipation. "Remember the plan. We strike as one." As the human and Vidian ships moved into formation, Hera and Mitchell shared a final glance. Whatever the outcome of this battle, they knew that the future of their species and their relationship would never be the same. The future beckoned, fraught with uncertainty and possibility. As the human Vidian fleet approached the Zergan battlecruiser, Hera and Mitchell stood at the helm of the flagship, their bodies so close they could feel the heat radiating between them. The bridge hummed with activity as officers from both species worked in harmony, their earlier prejudices forgotten in the face of a common enemy. "All ships, assume pincer formation," Mitchell commanded, his voice steady despite the tension coursing through his body. "Remember, we need to trap them between our two groups." Hera's antennae twitched in anticipation as she monitored the tactical display. Vidian cruisers, take the port flank. Human destroyers, starboard. We'll draw their fire. The fleet moved with precision, showcasing the perfect blend of Vidian tactical acumen and human adaptability. The Zergan battlecruiser loomed before them, its obsidian hull gleaming ominously in the starlight. "They're charging weapons," a human officer called out. "Evasive maneuvers," Hera and Mitchell shouted in unison. The flagship banked hard, narrowly avoiding a searing beam of energy. The battle erupted in a cacophony of weapons fire and explosions. Smaller ships darted between the larger vessels, harrying the Zergan battlecruiser from all sides. Hera's expert knowledge of Vidian weapon systems allowed her to target weak points in the Zergan shields, while Mitchell's intuitive understanding of human piloting techniques kept the flagship one step ahead of incoming fire. "We've got them on the run," Mitchell grinned, his eyes locked on the main view screen. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light filled the bridge. A Zergan energy blast had breached their shields, rocking the entire ship. Hera and Mitchell were thrown off their feet, landing in a tangled heap on the deck. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Hera found herself pressed against Mitchell's chest, her compound eyes meeting his human ones. She could feel his heart racing, matching the frantic beating of her own hearts. The chaos of the battle faded away, leaving only the electric current passing between them. Mitchell swallowed hard, his hand unconsciously moving to Hera's waist. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice husky. Before Hera could respond, reality came crashing back. Alarms blared throughout the ship, and the acrid smell of burning circuitry filled the air. "Damage report," Mitchell called out as they scrambled to their feet. "Primary weapons are offline," a Vidian officer reported. "Shield generators are at critical levels." Hera and Mitchell exchanged a look, years of training allowing them to come to the same conclusion simultaneously. "We need to board that ship," Hera stated, her mandibles clicking with persistence. Mitchell nodded. "Agreed. We can disable it from within." They quickly assembled a mixed team of human and Vidian special forces. As they prepared to depart, Commander Zara approached. "This is a risky move," she cautioned, her compound eyes reflecting concern. "It's our best chance," Hera responded. "We can do this, Commander." As they boarded the assault shuttle, Mitchell placed a hand on Hera's shoulder. The touch sent a shiver down her exoskeleton, but she steeled herself for the task ahead. The shuttle weaved through the debris-filled space, dodging enemy fire before latching onto the Zergan battlecruiser's hull. With a hiss of equalizing pressure, the airlock opened and the team surged forward. Hera took point, her superior strength allowing her to overpower the first Zergan guard they encountered. Mitchell followed close behind, his tactical awareness helping them navigate the labyrinthine corridors of the alien vessel. "The engine room should be 2 levels down," Mitchell whispered, consulting a holographic map they'd pulled from the captured scout ship. As they descended deeper into the ship, resistance grew fiercer. Hera's agility proved invaluable as she dodged energy blasts and incapacitated Zergan soldiers with swift, precise strikes. Mitchell coordinated the team's movements, ensuring they stayed one step ahead of enemy reinforcements. Finally, they reached the massive doors of the engine room. As Hera worked to bypass the security protocols, Mitchell and the rest of the team formed a defensive perimeter. "How much longer?" Mitchell asked, his voice tense as he fired at approaching Zergan troops. "Almost there," Hera replied, her fingers flying over the alien console. "Their encryption is complex, but not unbreakable." The door slid open with a pneumatic hiss, revealing the pulsing heart of the Zergan battlecruiser. The team rushed inside, securing the room as Hera made her way to the main power core. "Cover me," she called to Mitchell. "This might take a few minutes." Mitchell positioned himself near Hera, providing suppressing fire as waves of Zergan defenders attempted to retake the engine room. The air crackled with energy weapon discharges and the acrid smell of ozone. As Hera worked feverishly to sabotage the power core, a Zergan soldier managed to slip through their defenses. The alien raised its weapon, aiming directly at Hera's exposed back. "Hera!" Mitchell shouted, throwing himself between her and the incoming blast. The energy bolt grazed Mitchell's shoulder, spinning him around. Hera turned just in time to see him stumble, his face contorted in pain. Without hesitation, she leaped over the console, tackling the Zergan soldier with bone-crushing force. As the alien crumpled to the ground, Hera rushed back to Mitchell's side. "You're hurt," she said, her voice filled with concern she couldn't hide. Mitchell grimaced, clutching his injured shoulder. "I'll live. Finish the job." Hera nodded, returning to the power core with renewed drive. Her fingers flew over the alien controls, bypassing failsafes and rerouting critical systems. "It's done," she announced moments later. "We have 10 minutes before the core goes critical." "Then let's not overstay our welcome," Mitchell replied, rallying the team for their escape. As they fought their way back to the shuttle, Hera and Mitchell found themselves instinctively moving in sync. In the confined spaces of the Zergan corridors, they were often pressed back to back, their bodies in constant contact as they fended off attackers from all sides. Reaching the shuttle bay, they encountered a final wave of Zergan resistance. The narrow entryway threatened to bottle them up, leaving them exposed to enemy fire. "We need to clear that walkway," Mitchell shouted over the din of battle, pointing to an elevated platform overlooking the bay. Without a word, Hera understood. She cupped her hands, boosting Mitchell up to the higher level. His injured shoulder protested, but adrenaline carried him through. From his new vantage point, Mitchell provided covering fire, allowing Hera to reach the shuttle controls. "Everyone move," Hera called out as the shuttle's engines roared to life. The team piled in, Mitchell being the last to jump aboard as the bay doors began to close. As they cleared the Zergan battlecruiser, the ship's systems began to fail, its weapons falling silent. Back on the flagship's bridge, Hera and Mitchell watched as the once mighty Zergan vessel drifted powerless in space. The joint fleet moved in, preparing to board and secure their prize. Cheers erupted across the bridge as the reality of their victory set in. Human and Vidian officers embraced, their shared triumph washing away the last vestiges of mistrust. In the midst of the celebration, Hera turned to Mitchell. Without thinking, she pulled him into an embrace, their bodies fitting together in a way that sent shivers through them both. For a moment, they stood there, lost in each other's arms, the lines between human and Vidian blurring. As the adrenaline of battle faded, Hera noticed Mitchell wincing, his injured shoulder still untreated. She led him to a quiet corner of the bridge, retrieving a medical kit. "Let me look at that," she said softly, her gentle touch belying her alien strength as she helped him remove his torn uniform top. As Hera tended to the wound, their faces drew close. Mitchell could feel her breath on his skin, see the intricate patterns in her compound eyes. Hera's antennae twitched, picking up the subtle pheromones Mitchell's body was releasing. They leaned in, the heat between them almost palpable. Their lips were mere inches apart when the bridge doors hissed open. Commander Zara and Major Thompson strode in, their faces a mix of relief and excitement. "Excellent work, both of you," Thompson beamed. "This victory will go down in history." Hera and Mitchell stepped apart, the moment broken but not forgotten. As discussions of the battle's aftermath began, they shared a lingering glance, knowing that their own personal battle was nowhere near the end. The joint fleet set a course for Earth, carrying with it not just the spoils of war, but the seeds of a new era in human-Vidian relations. As the blue-green orb of humanity's homeworld grew larger in the view screen, Hera and Mitchell stood side by side, their shoulders touching. The future stretched out before them, full of possibilities and challenges they could scarcely imagine. But for now, they savored the victory and the unspoken promise of what was to come. Come. As Earth grew larger in the view screen, a palpable tension filled the bridge. The enormity of what they had accomplished and what lay ahead caused great concern on everyone's minds. Hera's antennae twitched nervously as she stood beside Mitchell, their shoulders barely touching. The warmth of his body radiated through her exoskeleton, a constant reminder of the undrived emotions between them. "Entering Earth's orbit," announced the helmsman, his voice tight with anticipation. Mitchell nodded, his eyes fixed on the blue-green planet below. "Prepare for atmospheric entry. Hera, please coordinate with Earth's orbital control for our landing vector." As Hera moved to the communication station, a young ensign approached Mitchell. "Sir, Commander Zara and Major Thompson request your presence in the briefing room. Captain Hera is to join you as well." Mitchell and Hera exchanged a glance, a flicker of concern passing between them. They made their way to the briefing room, the ship's corridors bustling with a mix of excited and anxious crew members. The door hissed shut behind them as they entered. Commander Zara's compound eyes reflected the harsh light of the room, while Major Thompson's weathered face was set in a grim expression. "Captain Commander," Thompson began, his voice low and serious, "we need to discuss a matter of some delicacy." Zara's antennae twitched in agitation. "It has come to our attention that your relationship may have progressed beyond professional bounds." Hera felt her heart skip a beat, her exoskeleton growing uncomfortably warm. Mitchell stiffened beside her, his jaw clenching. "We receive reports from several crew members, including Ensign Carter," Thompson continued. "While we acknowledge your exceptional performance during the Zergan engagement, we must consider the potential political ramifications of your closeness." Mitchell opened his mouth to speak, but Zara cut him off with a wave of her hand. "We are not here to judge. However, you must understand the precarious nature of our newfound alliance. Any hint of impropriety could jeopardize everything we've worked for. We suggest you maintain a strictly professional relationship, at least in public view," Thompson added, his eyes darting between the two of them. "The success of this mission and the future of human-Vidian relations may depend on it." Dismissed from the meeting, Hera and Mitchell found themselves alone in a small observation deck. The curve of Earth filled the viewport, a breathtaking vista of swirling clouds and gleaming oceans. "Hera, Mitchell began, his voice hoarse. She turned to face him, her compound eyes meeting his gaze. The air between them seemed to crackle with unspoken tension. Without conscious thought, they moved closer, drawn together by an irresistible force. Their lips met in a passionate, exploratory kiss. Hera's antennae brushed against Mitchell's forehead, sending shivers down her spine. His hands found her waist, pulling her closer as she ran her fingers through his hair. The moment was shattered by a sudden lurch as the ship began its landing sequence. They broke apart, breathing heavily, the reality of their situation crashing back over them. "We should get back to the bridge," Mitchell said, his voice rough with emotion. Hera nodded, unable to trust her voice. As they made their way through the ship, they struggled to regain their professional composure. The landing in Washington, D.C., was a spectacle unlike any other in human history. Crowds thronged the streets, a sea of faces turned skyward as the massive ship descended. News drones buzzed through the air, broadcasting the event to billions of viewers around the world. As the landing ramp extended, Hera took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come. She glanced at Mitchell, standing tall and proud in his dress uniform, and felt a surge of affection she struggled to suppress. The moment Hera stepped into view, a hush fell over the crowd. Her striking alien beauty captivated the human audience, challenging everything they thought they knew about extraterrestrial life. Murmurs of awe and excitement rippled through the gathered masses. Mitchell, standing nearby, found himself entranced once again by Hera's otherworldly grace. He forced his gaze away, acutely aware of the scrutiny they were under. The welcoming reception was a whirlwind of introductions, speeches, and barely concealed wonder on both sides. As Mitchell navigated the crowd of dignitaries and reporters, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he found himself face to face with Senator William Stern, a man known for his conservative views on interspecies relations. "Commander Mitchell," Stern said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "A word, if you please." The senator led Mitchell to a quiet corner of the reception hall. "I must express my concerns about the rapid pace of this." "Integration," Stern began, his voice low. "There are many who feel we're moving too fast, without considering the long-term consequences." Mitchell opened his mouth to object, but Stern held up a hand. "I've noticed your closeness to the Vidian captain. While I understand the need for cooperation, I fear your judgment may be clouded by more personal considerations." The implication hung in the air between them. Stern's eyes hardened. "Consider your future carefully, Commander. Actions have consequences, and careers can be made or broken in times like these." Before Mitchell could respond, a commotion erupted near the entrance. A group of protesters had broken through the security cordon, their angry shouts cutting through the refined atmosphere of the reception. Without hesitation, Hera and Mitchell moved in unison, their battle-honed instincts taking over. They worked seamlessly to protect the dignitaries, their synchronized movements drawing attention from humans and Vidians alike. As security forces regained control, Hera found herself face-to-face with Lieutenant Cross, a member of the Vidian security detail. His antennae quivered with barely suppressed anger. "Captain," Cross hissed, his mandibles clicking, "you should know that your actions are being closely watched by certain factions back home. There are those who question your loyalty to our people, given your enthusiasm for human companionship." Hera bristled at the implication. "My loyalty is to the Alliance and the greater good of both our species, Lieutenant." Cross's compound eyes narrowed. "Be careful, Captain. The path you're treading could lead to the end of your career or worse." As the dust settled from the security breach, Hera and Mitchell found themselves thrust into a new role. They were tasked with leading a joint human-Vidian task force to investigate the incident, an assignment that would force them to work even more closely together. As they began their investigation, combing through security footage and interviewing witnesses, the strain of maintaining professional boundaries became increasingly difficult. Every shared glance, every accidental touch, sent sparks of electricity between them. Their probe led them down a rabbit hole of conspiracy and hidden agendas. Late one night, as they pored over data in a secure room, they stumbled upon a lead that would change everything. "Mitchell, look at this," Hera said, her voice tight with excitement. She pointed to a series of encrypted messages they had managed to decrypt. As they read through the communications, a chilling picture began to emerge. The protest had been no random act of dissent. It was part of a larger, coordinated effort to undermine the Alliance. "We need to follow this trail," Mitchell said, his eyes meeting Hera's. "Whatever it takes." Little did they know, their investigation would soon lead them to a dark conspiracy that threatened not just their careers, but the future of human-Vidian relations itself. As they delved deeper into the mystery, the lines between duty, loyalty, and personal feelings would become increasingly blurred, testing their persistence and the strength of their bond in ways they could never have imagined. As they delved deeper into the mystery, the lines between duty, loyalty, and personal feelings would become increasingly blurred, testing their dedication and the strength of their bond in ways they could never have anticipated. Their investigation led them down a rabbit hole of encrypted messages and clandestine meetings. Working late into the night, Hera and Mitchell pored over the data they had gathered, their shoulders brushing as they leaned over the holographic display. "Look at this pattern," Hera said, her antennae twitching with excitement. She pointed to a series of seemingly random data points that, when viewed together, formed a clear pattern of communication between human and Vidian extremists. Mitchell nodded, his eyes widening as he saw the connections. It's a network, but how are they coordinating their meetings without being detected? As they dug deeper, they uncovered a series of locations around Washington, D.C., where the conspirators were likely gathering. To gather concrete proof, they realized they would need to infiltrate one of these meetings. "We'll need a cover," Mitchell said, running a hand through his hair. "Something that won't draw attention." Hera's compound eyes flickered with an idea. "What about a couple? It's common enough, and it would explain why we're always together." Mitchell's heart rate quickened at the suggestion, but he kept his voice steady. "Good thinking. It's our best option for blending in." Their first stakeout took place in a small apartment overlooking a suspected meeting place. The cramped space forced them into close proximity, their bodies constantly brushing against each other as they moved around. Every accidental touch sent a jolt of electricity through them both. As night fell, they took turns watching the entrance to the building across the street. During Hera's shift, Mitchell dozed off, his head inadvertently coming to rest on her shoulder. She froze, acutely aware of his warmth and the gentle rhythm of his breathing. Their vigilance paid off when they observed a group of humans and Vidians entering the building under cover of darkness. Following the lead, they traced the group's movements to a hidden underground facility on the outskirts of the city. Infiltrating the complex proved challenging, requiring all of their combined skills. Hera's enhanced strength and agility complemented Mitchell's tactical expertise as they navigated through the security measures. In one heart-stopping moment, they were forced to duck into a cramped storage closet to avoid a patrol. Pressed tightly together in the darkness, they could feel each other's rapid heartbeats. Mitchell's hand found Hera's in the darkness, squeezing it reassuringly. As they explored deeper into the facility, they stumbled upon a laboratory that left them both shocked. Human and Vidian scientists worked side by side, developing what appeared to be a biological agent. "This is worse than we thought," Hera whispered, her antennae quivering with distress. "If they succeed..." Mitchell nodded grimly. "It could destroy any chance of an alliance between our species." Their discovery was cut short when Hera accidentally triggered an alarm while attempting to download data on the project. Klaxons blared throughout the facility, and they could hear the sound of approaching security forces. "Go!" Mitchell shouted, pushing Hera towards the exit. "I'll draw them off." Before she could protest, he darted down a side corridor, deliberately making noise to attract attention. Hera hesitated for a split second before racing towards the data terminals, her fingers flying over the controls as she extracted the crucial information. With the data secured, Hera sprinted towards the exit, her heart's pounding. She rounded a corner to find Mitchell engaged in hand-to-hand combat with two guards. Without hesitation, she launched herself into the fray. Their bodies moved in perfect synchronization, each anticipating the other's moves as if they shared a single mind. Hera's powerful kicks complemented Mitchell's swift punches, and within moments they had dispatched their attackers. As they raced down the final corridor towards freedom, a stray energy blast caught Hera in the side. She stumbled, crying out in pain. Without breaking stride, Mitchell swept her into his arms, cradling her against his chest as he ran. They burst out of the facility into the cool night air, alarms still blaring behind them. Mitchell didn't slow down until they reached the relative safety of a dense copse of trees some distance away. Gently setting Hera down, Mitchell quickly assessed her injury. "It's not too deep," he said, relief evident in his voice. He tore a strip of fabric from his shirt, using it to bind the wound. Hera watched him work, her compound eyes fixed on his face. The gentleness of his touch, combined with the intensity of their shared experience, broke down the last of her emotional defenses. As Mitchell finished tending to her wound, their eyes met. The air between them seemed to crackle with electricity. Slowly, inexorably, they leaned towards each other. Just as their lips were about to meet, a sharp beep from Mitchell's communicator shattered the moment. Commander Zar's voice came through, tight with concern. "Mitchell, Hera, where are you? Your absence has been noticed. Both human and Vidian authorities are searching for you. You are considered persons of interest in the security breach at the reception. What's going on?" Reality crashed back over them like a cold wave. They exchanged a look of understanding and resignation. Their unauthorized investigation had put them in a precarious position, caught between the conspirators they were trying to expose and their own governments who now viewed them with suspicion. "We need to go off-grid," Mitchell said, his voice low and urgent. "We can't trust anyone but each other now." Hera nodded, wincing slightly as she stood. "Agreed. But where do we go from here?" As they began to gather what supplies they could, the sexual tension between them remained palpable, an undercurrent to their every interaction. They knew that exposing the plot could save the Alliance, but it would also mean revealing their own unauthorized actions. With the weight of their discoveries pressing down on them, Hera and Mitchell prepared to disappear into the night. They had no idea what challenges lay ahead, but they knew one thing for certain. They would face them together. Together, whatever it takes. As they slipped away from the facility, the weight of their situation settled upon them. They were now fugitives, hunted by both human and Vidian authorities. With no time to lose, Hera and Mitchell put their combined knowledge of evasion tactics to use. "We need to disappear," Mitchell said, his voice low and urgent. "I know a place in the Appalachian Mountains. It's remote, off the grid. We can regroup there and figure out our next move." Hera nodded, her antennae twitching as she scanned their surroundings. "Lead the way." They set off on a winding journey, using every trick in their arsenal to throw off potential pursuers. Mitchell's intimate knowledge of Earth's terrain proved invaluable as they navigated through dense forests and across rushing streams. Hera's enhanced senses allowed them to detect and avoid patrol drones and search parties. At one point, they found themselves trapped between a sheer cliff face and an approaching search team. Without hesitation, Mitchell guided Hera to a narrow ledge, barely visible in the dim light. They pressed themselves against the rock, Hera's exoskeleton scraping softly against the stone. Mitchell's arm encircled her waist, steadying her as they inched along the precipice. As the search team passed below, oblivious to their presence, Hera felt Mitchell's breath warm against her neck. The tension of the moment, coupled with their physical proximity, sent a shiver through her body. After days of careful maneuvering and sleepless nights, they finally reached the cabin. It was a small, weathered structure nestled in a clearing, surrounded by towering pines. Inside, they found basic amenities and, most importantly, a secure location to analyze the stolen data. They set up their equipment on a worn wooden table, their shoulders brushing as they leaned in to examine the holographic displays. As they began to sift through the information, a complex web of corruption emerged. "Look at this," Hera said, her compound eyes widening. She pointed to a series of encrypted messages. "These communications, they're from high-ranking officials on both sides." Mitchell's eyes hardened as he recognized a familiar name. Senator William Stern. I should have known. As they delved deeper, they uncovered the involvement of Vidian Admiral Krell. The scope of the conspiracy was staggering, reaching into the highest echelons of both governments. Hours turned into days as they worked tirelessly to decrypt the more sensitive parts of the data. The small confines of the cabin forced them into constant proximity, their bodies often brushing against each other as they moved around the limited space. During a particularly challenging decryption session, Hera reached for a data pad at the same moment as Mitchell. Their hands met, fingers intertwining for a brief moment. The contact sent a jolt of electricity through them both, and they locked eyes, the air between them suddenly charged. Before either could act on the moment, a sound outside the cabin caught their attention. They tensed, reaching for their weapons. The door swung open, revealing a familiar Vidian face. "Dr. Alara?" Hera exclaimed, lowering her weapon in surprise. The Vidian xenobiologist stepped inside, her antennae twitching with agitation. "Captain Hera, Commander Mitchell, I've been searching for you." As Dr. Alara explained her presence and her own investigation into the conspiracy, Hera and Mitchell exchanged glances. Their mission had just become more complicated, but they had also gained a valuable ally. The trio gathered around the data displays, with Dr. Alara providing crucial insights into the biological agent being developed by the conspirators. Her explanation sent a chill through the room. "The agent is designed to trigger severe allergic reactions between humans and Vidians," she said, her voice grave. "If deployed, it would make prolonged contact between our species impossible." The urgency of their mission intensified. As they worked to compile evidence and formulate a plan, Hera found her gaze repeatedly drawn to Mitchell. She noticed the determined set of his jaw, the intensity in his eyes as he pored over the data. Dr. Alara, ever the scientist, observed their interactions with barely concealed interest. Their planning was interrupted by an alert from their security system. A patrol drone was approaching the cabin's airspace. As they scrambled to conceal their presence, Mitchell's hand found Hera's in the darkness, squeezing it reassuringly. The touch lingered, even after the danger had passed. As night fell, they finalized their plan. They would infiltrate a high-security data center during a charity gala, using the event as cover to access the final pieces of evidence they needed. "Hera and I will attend the gala," Mitchell said, his eyes meeting hers. "We'll pose as a couple to blend in." Dr. Alara nodded, her antennae twitching with what might have been amusement. "I'll provide remote support from here. But first, you'll need to prepare. Human social gatherings have many intricate customs." What followed was an impromptu crash course in human etiquette and dancing. Mitchell took Hera's hand, guiding her through the steps of a waltz in the cramped confines of the cabin. As he placed his hand on her waist, drawing her close, Hera felt her heart's race. "You're a quick learner," Mitchell murmured, his face inches from hers as they moved in slow circles. Hera's antennae quivered slightly. "I have an excellent teacher." As they prepared for the mission, the sexual tension between them continued to build, an undercurrent to their every interaction. They both knew that the success of their mission, and possibly the future of human-Vidian relations, hung in the balance. Yet, as they worked side by side, they couldn't help but feel the growing inevitability of their attraction. With the gala only days away, they focused on refining their plan and preparing for every contingency. But in the quiet moments, when their eyes met across the room or their hands brushed while reaching for the same tool, they both felt the unspoken question hanging between them. What would happen when this was all over? The answer, they knew, would have to wait. For now, they had a conspiracy to unravel and an alliance to save. The challenges ahead were daunting, but as Hera and Mitchell stood side by side, reviewing their plan one final time, they shared a look of grit. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Together, whatever it takes. As they slipped away into the night, the weight of their situation settled upon them. They were now fugitives, hunted by both human and Vidian authorities. With no time to lose, Hera and Mitchell put their combined knowledge of evasion tactics to use. "We need to disappear," Mitchell said, his voice low and urgent. "I know a place in the Appalachian Mountains. It's remote, off the grid. We can regroup there and figure out our next move." Hera nodded, her antennae twitching, as she scanned their surroundings. "Lead the way." They set off on a winding journey, using every trick in their arsenal to throw off potential pursuers. Mitchell's intimate knowledge of Earth's terrain proved invaluable as they navigated through dense forests and across rushing streams. Hera's enhanced senses allowed them to detect and avoid patrol drones and search parties. At one point, they found themselves trapped between a sheer cliff face and an approaching search team. Without hesitation, Mitchell guided Hera to a narrow ledge, barely visible in the dim light. They pressed themselves against the rock, Hera's exoskeleton scraping softly against the stone. Mitchell's arm encircled her waist, steadying her as they inched along the precipice. As the search team passed below, oblivious to their presence, Hera felt Mitchell's breath warm against her neck. The tension of the moment, coupled with their physical proximity, sent a shiver through her body. After days of careful maneuvering and sleepless nights, they finally reached the cabin. It was a small, weathered structure nestled in a clearing, surrounded by towering pines. Inside, they found basic amenities and, most importantly, a secure location to analyze the stolen data. They set up their equipment on a worn wooden table, their shoulders brushing as they leaned in to examine the holographic displays. As they began to sift through the information, a complex web of corruption emerged. "Look at this," Hera said, her compound eyes widening. She pointed to a series of encrypted messages. These communications, they're from high-ranking officials on both sides. Mitchell's eyes hardened as he recognized a familiar name. Senator William Stern. I should have known. As they delved deeper, they uncovered the involvement of Vidian Admiral Krell. The scope of the conspiracy was staggering, reaching into the highest echelons of both governments. Hours turned into days as they worked tirelessly to decrypt the more sensitive parts of the data. The small confines of the cabin forced them into constant proximity, their bodies often brushing against each other as they moved around the limited space. During a particularly challenging decryption session, Hera reached for a data pad at the same moment as Mitchell. Their hands met, fingers intertwining for a brief moment. The contact sent a jolt of electricity through them both, and they locked eyes, the air between them suddenly charged. Before either could act on the moment, a sound outside the cabin caught their attention. They tensed, reaching for their weapons. The door swung open, revealing a familiar Vidian face. "Dr. Alara?" Hera exclaimed, lowering her weapon in surprise. The Vidian xenobiologist stepped inside, her antennae twitching with agitation. "Captain Hera, Commander Mitchell, I've been searching for you." As Dr. Alara explained her presence and her own investigation into the conspiracy, Hera and Mitchell exchanged glances. Their mission had just become more complicated, but they had also gained a valuable ally. The trio gathered around the data displays, with Dr. Alara providing crucial insights into the biological agent being developed by the conspirators. Her explanation sent a chill through the room. "The agent is designed to trigger severe allergic reactions between humans and Vidians," she said, her voice grave. "If deployed, it would make prolonged contact between our species impossible." The urgency of their mission intensified. As they worked to compile evidence and formulate a plan, Hera found her gaze repeatedly drawn to Mitchell. She noticed the determined set of his jaw, the intensity in his eyes as he pored over the data. Dr. Alara, ever the scientist, observed their interactions with barely concealed interest. Their planning was interrupted by an alert from their security system. A patrol drone was approaching the cabin's airspace. As they scrambled to conceal their presence, Mitchell's hand found Hera's in the darkness, squeezing it reassuringly. The touch lingered, even after the danger had passed. As night fell, they finalized their plan. They would infiltrate a high-security data center during a charity gala, using the event as cover to access the final pieces of evidence they needed. "Hera and I will attend the gala," Mitchell said, his eyes meeting hers. "We'll pose as a couple to blend in." Dr. Alara nodded, her antennae twitching with what might have been amusement. "I'll provide remote support from here. But first, you'll need to prepare." Human social gatherings have many intricate customs. What followed was an impromptu crash course in human etiquette and dancing. Mitchell took Hera's hand, guiding her through the steps of a waltz in the cramped confines of the cabin. As he placed his hand on her waist, drawing her close, Hera felt her heart's race. "You're a quick learner," Mitchell murmured, his face inches from hers as they moved in slow circles. Hera's antennae quivered slightly. "I have an excellent teacher." The night of the gala arrived, and their plan was executed with precision. Hera and Mitchell, posing as a diplomatic couple, successfully infiltrated the event and obtained the final pieces of evidence they needed. However, their actions didn't go unnoticed, and they barely escaped as security forces closed in. In the aftermath of their daring escape, Hera, Mitchell, and Dr. Alera regrouped at a secure safe house on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. They were joined by Lieutenant Cross, a trusted Vidian operative who had been secretly assisting Dr. Alera's investigation. The team immediately set to work, analyzing and compiling the evidence they'd gathered. The small, nondescript apartment buzzed with activity as they pored over data files and cross-referenced information. Hera and Mitchell found themselves working in close proximity, their bodies often brushing against each other in the cramped space. The air between them crackled with unprecedented tension, intensified by their recent shared experiences. As they delved deeper into the conspiracy, a disturbing pattern emerged. Dr. Alera's fingers flew over a holographic keyboard as she decoded a series of encrypted messages. "This is worse than we thought," she said, her antennae twitching with agitation. Senator Stern and Admiral Krell aren't just trying to sabotage the alliance. They're planning to release the biological agent at the upcoming Human-Vidian Cultural Exchange event. Mitchell leaned in, his shoulder pressing against Hera's as he studied the display. "That's in 3 days. Half the diplomatic corps from both sides will be there. If they succeed, it would effectively end any possibility of peaceful coexistence between our species," Hera added, her compound eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Lieutenant Cross, who had been monitoring communications channels, spoke up. "We can't go to the authorities. The conspiracy has too many high-level operatives. We need to handle this ourselves." A tense silence fell over the room as the weight of their responsibility settled upon them. They were the only ones who could prevent a catastrophe that would affect billions of lives across 2 worlds. Mitchell broke the silence, his voice filled with perseverance. "We need to infiltrate the event ourselves. It's the only way to stop them and expose the conspiracy simultaneously." Hera nodded in agreement. "We'll need to split into teams. Mitchell and I can attend the event undercover. We already have experience posing as a couple." Dr. Alera and Lieutenant Cross exchanged glances. "We'll provide technical support and coordinate with our trusted contacts in both governments," Cross said. As they began to formulate their plan, Dr. Alera raised a crucial point. "You'll need to be absolutely convincing as a human-Vidian couple. Any slip in your behavior could give you away." And so began an intensive crash course in each other's cultures. Hera and Mitchell spent hours sharing personal stories, discussing customs, and practicing mannerisms. The process brought them closer than ever before, as they gained intimate knowledge of each other's worlds. During one late-night session, as Hera explained the nuances of Vidian greeting rituals, she found herself captivated by the play of emotions across Mitchell's face. His genuine curiosity and respect for her culture touched her deeply. Mitchell, in turn, was fascinated by the graceful movements of Hera's antennae as she spoke. Without thinking, he reached out to touch one gently. Hera's breath caught at the intimate gesture, and their eyes locked. For a moment, the air between them seemed to hum with electricity. The spell was broken by a beep from Dr. Alera's computer, reminding them of the urgency of their mission. They pulled apart, both acutely aware of the growing attraction between them, but knowing they couldn't afford to be distracted. As the day of the cultural exchange event arrived, tension ran high in the safe house. Hera and Mitchell donned their carefully chosen outfits, a blend of human and Vidian fashion that marked them as a progressive diplomatic couple. Dr. Alara approached them, holding a small device. This will allow us to monitor your vital signs and location. It's also equipped with a neutralizing agent for the biological weapon, just in case. As she attached the device to Hera's exoskeleton, her antennae twitched with concern. Be careful, both of you. The fate of our peoples rests on your shoulders. Hera and Mitchell exchanged a look of understanding. Whatever happened tonight, they would face it together. With a final nod to their teammates, they stepped out into the Washington evening, ready to confront the conspirators and save the future of human-Vidian relations. The grand reception hall loomed before them, its ornate facade belying the danger that lurked within. Hera felt Mitchell's hand on the small of her back, a gesture both reassuring and thrilling. As they ascended the steps, they knew that the real test of their partnership was about to begin. As they entered the grand reception hall, Hera and Mitchell were immediately enveloped in a sea of elegantly dressed humans and Vidians. The air buzzed with conversation and the soft clink of champagne glasses. Mitchell's hand remained steady on Hera's back, guiding her through the crowd. "Remember," he murmured, his lips barely moving, "we're looking for anything out of place. Senator Stern or Admiral Krell could be here." Hera's antennae twitched almost imperceptibly as she scanned the room. "I see several high-ranking officials near the east wall. We should start there." They moved through the crowd with practiced ease, their movements in sync as they played the part of a diplomatic couple. As they approached the group of officials, a sudden commotion near the center of the room caught their attention. A human waiter stumbled, his tray of drinks crashing to the floor. In the momentary distraction, Hera's enhanced vision caught a glimpse of a figure slipping through a side door. "Mitchell," she whispered urgently, "did you see that?" He nodded imperceptibly. "Let's go." They made their way to the side door, careful not to draw attention. As they slipped through, they found themselves in a dimly lit corridor. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed ahead of them. Without a word, they broke into a run, their training kicking in as they pursued the unknown figure. The corridor twisted and turned, leading them deeper into the building's restricted areas. Suddenly, they burst into a large, open room filled with computer terminals and holographic displays. In the center stood Senator Stern and Admiral Krell, surrounded by a group of conspirators. A large canister sat on a nearby table, ominous in its simplicity. "Stop right there," Mitchell shouted, drawing his concealed weapon. The room erupted into chaos. Conspirators scattered, reaching for weapons. Hera moved with lightning speed, her Vidian reflexes allowing her to disarm two attackers before they could fire. Mitchell engaged Senator Stern, who proved to be more formidable than expected. As they grappled, the senator's hand inched towards the canister. "Hera!" Mitchell called out, his voice strained. "The bioweapon!" Hera vaulted over a computer terminal, her eyes locked on the canister. Admiral Krell moved to intercept her, his face contorted with rage. "You're too late," he snarled. "Once this is released, your precious alliance will crumble." Hera didn't waste breath on a reply. She ducked under Krell's swing, her hand reaching for the neutralizing agent Dr. Alara had given them. In one fluid motion, she activated the device and slammed it against the canister. A high-pitched whine filled the air as the neutralizing agent went to work. Senator Stern let out a cry of frustration, momentarily distracted. Mitchell seized the opportunity, finally overpowering him. Within moments, the room was secure. The conspirators were subdued and the bioweapon neutralized. As the sound of approaching security echoed down the corridor, Hera and Mitchell shared a look of relief and triumph. The aftermath of their actions unfolded rapidly. Security forces swarmed the building, taking the conspirators into custody. As Hera and Mitchell emerged from the restricted area, they found themselves faced with a barrage of questions from both human and Vidian officials. Their explanation of events, backed by the evidence they had gathered, sent shockwaves through the assembled dignitaries. The exposure of the conspiracy and the thwarted attack became the focal point of the evening, overshadowing the original purpose of the cultural exchange event. As the night wore on, Hera and Mitchell found themselves at the center of attention. Their actions, and more importantly, their seamless cooperation, sparked intense interest from both humans and Vidians. "Captain Hera," a human journalist called out, "how were you and Commander Mitchell able to work so effectively together?" Hera glanced at Mitchell, their eyes meeting briefly. "Commander Mitchell and I have learned to trust each other implicitly," she replied. "Our differences in biology and culture are not obstacles, but strengths we can leverage together." Mitchell nodded in agreement. "Working with Captain Hera has shown me the incredible potential of human-Vidian cooperation. We complement each other in ways I never imagined possible." Their words, broadcast across both human and Vidian networks, struck a chord with viewers. The image of a human and Vidian working in perfect harmony to save both their peoples captured the public imagination. In the days that followed, Hera and Mitchell found themselves thrust into the spotlight. Government officials from both species, eager to capitalize on the positive sentiment, fast-tracked initiatives for increased cooperation and cultural exchange. Less than a week after the event, Hera and Mitchell were summoned to a joint meeting of human and Vidian leadership. They entered the conference room, acutely aware of the significance of the moment. "Captain Hera, Commander Mitchell," the human Secretary of State began, "your actions have opened up new possibilities for our peoples. We believe you are uniquely qualified to help guide us forward." The Vidian ambassador nodded in agreement. "We are establishing a joint task force to oversee the implementation of new cooperation initiatives. We want you both to lead it." Hera and Mitchell exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. They had come so far together, faced so many challenges. This new assignment would test them in ways they couldn't yet imagine. "We would be honored," Mitchell replied for both of them. As they left the meeting, details of their first mission already taking shape, Hera felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Their destination was a remote research outpost on Mars, where human and Vidian scientists were collaborating on terraforming technology. "Looks like we're in for quite a journey," Mitchell said as they walked towards the spaceport. Hera's antennae twitched with anticipation. "Indeed, though I suspect the real challenges await us on Mars." As they boarded the transport ship that would take them to their new assignment, neither Hera nor Mitchell could have predicted the trials that lay ahead. The confined space of the ship pressed them into close proximity, the ungrit tension between them simmering beneath the surface of their professional demeanor. The ship's engines hummed to life, and as Earth receded behind them, Hera and Mitchell stood side by side at the viewport. Their reflections overlapped in the glass, a visual representation of the intertwining of their lives and the future they were helping to shape. The journey to Mars stretched out before them, full of promise and hidden dangers. As the ship accelerated towards a red planet, Hera and Mitchell prepared themselves for whatever challenges awaited them on the dusty Martian surface. As the ship accelerated towards a red planet, Hera and Mitchell prepared themselves for whatever challenges awaited them on the dusty Martian landscape. Their mission on Mars proved more perilous than anticipated. The remote research outpost, nestled in the shadow of Olympus Mons, became the site of a harrowing ordeal that tested the limits of human-Vidian cooperation. While the details of the incident remained classified, rumors spoke of sabotage, a dangerous radiation leak, and a daring rescue operation that pushed both Hera and Mitchell to their physical and mental limits. Weeks later, their shuttle touched down on the tarmac of the new Washington spaceport. As the airlock hissed open, Hera's antennae twitched, picking up the cacophony of sounds beyond. She glanced at Mitchell, noting the fatigue etched on his face. "Ready?" she asked, her voice low. Mitchell nodded, squaring his shoulders. "As I'll ever be." They stepped out into a wall of noise. A crowd had gathered, held back by security barriers. On one side, supporters waved banners celebrating human Vidian unity. On the other, angry protesters brandished signs decrying alien influence. "Go back to your own planet," someone shouted, their voice barely audible over the din. Hera felt Mitchell tense beside her. His hand brushed against hers, a subtle gesture of support. They walked briskly towards the waiting transport, flanked by security personnel. Once inside the vehicle, Mitchell let out a long breath. That was intense, Hera finished, her antennae drooping slightly. The transport whisked them to a secure medical facility. Dr. Alara greeted them, her usually calm demeanor tinged with excitement. "We need to run some tests," she said, ushering them into separate examination rooms. Standard procedure after prolonged extraterrestrial missions. Hours later, Hera found herself waiting anxiously outside Mitchell's room. When Dr. Alara emerged, her expression was unreadable. "What is it?" Hera asked, her antennae quivering. Dr. Alara glanced around, then spoke in a hushed tone. "The radiation exposure on Mars. It's had an unexpected effect on Commander Mitchell's physiology. His cells are exhibiting Vidian-like properties." Hera's mind reeled. Before she could ask for clarification, alarms blared throughout the facility. Security personnel rushed past, their voices urgent. "Breach in Sector 7. Protesters have broken through the perimeter." Hera's training kicked in. She sprinted towards Mitchell's room, bursting through the door. He was already on his feet, looking disoriented but alert. "We need to move," she said, grabbing his arm. As they navigated the chaotic hallways, Hera noticed something different about Mitchell. His movements were faster, more fluid. When a falling piece of equipment threatened to crush a fleeing nurse, Mitchell reacted with inhuman speed, pushing the woman to safety. They made it to a secure area, where they found Dr. Alara coordinating with security. "The situation is under control," she informed them. "But I'm afraid this is just the beginning." Over the next few days, as Mitchell underwent further tests, the political fallout from the Mars incident intensified. Senator Stern, despite his disgrace, had become the voice of a growing opposition movement. His rhetoric painted the physiological changes in Mitchell as evidence of a Vidian plot to alter human biology. Hera watched news broadcasts with growing concern. Protests were erupting in major cities across Earth. The Vidian embassy had been placed under heavy guard. "This is my fault," Mitchell said, joining her in the observation room. "If I hadn't been exposed, dash." "Don't." Hera cut him off. "You saved lives on Mars." "We both did." Their eyes met, and for a moment, the tension between them crackled like static electricity. Before either could speak, a communication alert sounded. The faces of high-ranking officials from both the United Earth government and the Vidian High Command appeared on the screen. Their expressions were grave. "Captain Hera, Commander Mitchell," the human Secretary of State began. "In light of recent events, we have a new assignment for you." The Vidian ambassador nodded. "We need you to embark on a goodwill tour, starting with the joint colony on Europa. Your mission is twofold: demonstrate the benefits of our cooperation and investigate rumors of separatist activities." As the officials outlined the details of their mission, Hera felt a mix of anticipation and apprehension. She glanced at Mitchell, seeing her own emotions mirrored in his eyes. The next week was a blur of preparation. They underwent intensive training to adapt to Europa's harsh conditions. The close quarters and physical nature of the exercises only intensified the unspoken attraction between them. During one particularly grueling simulation, Mitchell displayed a level of strength and endurance that matched Hera's Vidian capabilities. As they completed the course, both breathing heavily, Hera couldn't help but notice the defined muscles of his arms, the sheen of sweat on his skin. "Your new abilities," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "They're impressive." Mitchell flexed his hand, looking at it with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. "They still feel strange, like I'm not fully in control." Hera placed her hand on his arm, feeling the warmth of his skin. "You'll adapt. We both will." The moment stretched between them, charged with unspoken emotions. Then an alert chimed, reminding them of their imminent departure. As their ship broke free of Earth's atmosphere, Hera and Mitchell stood side by side in the observation deck. The blue marble of their shared home grew smaller behind them, while the gas giant Jupiter loomed ahead, Europa a tiny speck in its shadow. "Whatever we find on Europa," Mitchell said, his voice low, "whatever challenges we face, I'm glad you're here with me." Hera's antennae twitched in response, a gesture Mitchell had come to recognize as affection. As they gazed into the star-studded void, both felt the weight of their mission, the future of human-Vidian relations resting on their shoulders. Yet in that moment, the most pressing concern was the diminishing space between them and the inevitable collision course of their hearts. Hearts and minds. The ship's gentle hum faded as they docked at the Earth orbital station. Hera and Mitchell exchanged a knowing glance before disembarking. Their time on Europa had changed them both, in ways they were only beginning to understand. As they stepped onto the station's pristine deck, a flurry of activity engulfed them. High-ranking officials from both the United Earth government and Vidian High Command converged on the pair, their faces etched with concern. Captain Hera, Commander Mitchell, the human Secretary of State addressed them, her voice taut with urgency. "We received your report from Europa. The situation is more dire than we anticipated." The Vidian ambassador nodded gravely. "The Purist movement poses a significant threat to our alliance. We must act swiftly." Before Hera could respond, an aide rushed in, whispering urgently to the officials. The secretary's eyes widened. "Change your plans. We're convening an emergency summit on the Venus orbital station. You two are our key witnesses." Mitchell stepped forward. "When do we leave?" "Immediately," the ambassador replied. "The shuttle is prepped and waiting." As they boarded the sleek diplomatic vessel, Hera felt Mitchell's presence acutely. The close quarters of the shuttle intensified the growing tension between them. His scent, altered by his changing physiology, sent unfamiliar signals to her antennae. The journey to Venus was a blur of preparation. Hera and Mitchell spent hours poring over their findings, refining their presentation for the assembled delegates. Their hands brushed as they passed data pads back and forth, each touch sending a jolt through Hera's system. "Your reaction times have improved," Hera noted as Mitchell effortlessly caught a falling stylus. He flexed his hand, a mix of wonder and unease in his eyes. "It's like my body's operating on a different frequency. I can sense things before they happen." Hera's antennae twitched with curiosity. "Fascinating. Perhaps Dr. Lara can shed some light on these changes when we arrive." The Venus orbital station loomed before them, a gleaming testament to human-Vidian cooperation. As they docked, security personnel swarmed the area, their faces grim. Credible threats from purist extremists, a stern-faced officer informed them. "We need your help with security operations." Hera and Mitchell fell into step, their movements synchronizing naturally as they patrolled the station's corridors. The familiar routine of a security sweep provided a momentary distraction from the charged atmosphere between them. As they entered the main conference room, Mitchell froze. His enhanced senses picked up an anomaly. "Hera, there's something wrong here." Following his lead, Hera scanned the room. Her antennae detected a faint energy signature emanating from beneath the central podium. With practiced efficiency, they cleared the room and called in the bomb disposal unit. The device, cleverly disguised, would have caused catastrophic damage if detonated. As news of the foiled attempt spread, the summit's participants arrived with a mix of gratitude and apprehension. The conference room buzzed with tension as Hera and Mitchell took the stage. Delegates from a dozen worlds leaned forward, hanging on their every word as they detailed the purest threat. Midway through their presentation, the lights flickered. Hera's antennae twitched in alarm seconds before the station's alarms blared to life. "Communications are down," a technician shouted. "We're cut off from Earth and Vidian space." Mitchell's enhanced reflexes kicked in as he vaulted over the podium. "Hera, the comm hub, now!" They raced through the station's corridors, the sounds of struggle echoing from multiple directions. As they rounded a corner, they encountered a group of maintenance workers attempting to access a restricted area. Mitchell moved with inhuman speed, disarming two attackers before they could react. Hera's Vidian combat training complemented his newfound abilities perfectly as they fought back-to-back. With the immediate threat neutralized, they pressed on to the communications hub. The scene that greeted them was one of chaos. Consoles sparked, and the few remaining loyal crew members fought desperately against the purest infiltrators. Hera and Mitchell waded into the fray. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, each anticipating the other's actions without a word. Mitchell's enhanced strength allowed him to overpower multiple opponents, while Hera's agility and tactical mind kept them one step ahead. As the last purist fell, Mitchell rushed to the main console. His fingers flew over the controls, his enhanced mind processing information at an incredible rate. "It's worse than we thought. They've sabotaged life support and orbital stabilizers." Hera's mind raced. "We need to split up. I'll coordinate the defense of the delegates. You focus on stabilizing our orbit." Their eyes met, a moment of understanding passing between them. Without a word, they parted ways, each acutely aware that the fate of human-Vidian relations rested on their shoulders. Hera fought her way through the station's winding corridors, her alien biology giving her a distinct advantage against the human purists. She reached the medical bay, where a group of delegates had taken refuge, only to find herself surrounded by a team of infiltrators. As she engaged in hand-to-hand combat, using every trick in her Vidian arsenal, she found herself slowly overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Just as a purist agent raised a weapon to strike, a blur of motion knocked the attacker aside. Mitchell stood in the doorway, his chest heaving from exertion. "Orbit stabilized. Thought you could use a hand." Together, they made short work of the remaining purists. As the last attacker fell, they found themselves alone in the medical bay, adrenaline coursing through their veins. The air between them crackled with unspoken tension. Hera could sense Mitchell's elevated heartbeat, the subtle changes in his scent. They moved closer, drawn together by forces beyond their control. Just as their bodies were about to touch, the medical bay doors hissed open. Dr. Alera rushed in, followed by a team of medical staff. "We heard reports of injuries. Is everyone all right?" The moment shattered. Hera and Mitchell stepped apart, their bodies still thrumming with unreleased energy. As they turned to face the incoming medical team, both knew that this conversation was a long way to go. From their close encounter, the urgency of the situation quickly pushed those thoughts aside as they focused on the task at hand. "We need to report our findings immediately," Hera said, her antennae twitching with nervous energy. Mitchell nodded, his newly enhanced reflexes allowing him to quickly input the necessary commands on the nearby console. Within moments, they were connected to a secure channel with their superiors. The debriefing was intense and lengthy. Hera and Mitchell recounted every detail of the events on the Venus orbital station, from the foiled bombing attempt to the purest infiltration. As they concluded their report, the faces on the screen grew grave. "In light of these developments," the Human Secretary of State began, "we've decided to form a joint human-Vidian task force. Captain Hera, Commander Mitchell, given your unique experiences and abilities, We're appointing you as co-leaders of this new initiative." The Vidian ambassador nodded in agreement. "Your first assignment will take you to Earth. We have intelligence suggesting a major purist cell is operating out of the new Shanghai spaceport." Hera and Mitchell exchanged a glance, both recognizing the significance of this location. The new Shanghai spaceport was a crucial hub for interstellar commerce and cultural exchange between humans and Vidians. Within hours, they were en route to Earth. The journey provided little time for rest as they pored over the intelligence briefings, preparing for the challenge ahead. As their shuttle touched down at New Shanghai, they were greeted by Chief Inspector Zhang Wei, a stern-faced woman with sharp eyes that seemed to miss nothing. "Welcome to New Shanghai," Zhang said, her voice clipped and professional. "We have much to discuss." Zhang led them through the bustling spaceport, a cacophony of human and Vidian voices filling the air. As they walked, she briefed them on the situation. "We've been experiencing a series of unexplained accidents and malfunctions," Zhang explained. "Individually, they seem minor, but the pattern is troubling. These incidents have been causing delays in our trade routes, and tensions are rising." Hera's antennae twitched, picking up on the underlying stress in Zhang's voice. "Do you have any leads?" Zhang shook her head. "Nothing concrete. That's why we requested your help." Mitchell's enhanced senses were already on high alert, taking in every detail of their surroundings. "We'll need access to all areas of the spaceport," he said, "and full cooperation from your security team." Zhang nodded. "Of course, whatever you need." As they began their investigation, Hera and Mitchell decided to split up to cover more ground. Mitchell focused on the physical aspects of the spaceport, his heightened senses allowing him to detect subtle anomalies in the facility's operations. Meanwhile, Hera utilized her Vidian technology to analyze communication patterns and data flows throughout the complex. Hours into their separate investigations, both Hera and Mitchell found their paths converging on a suspicious cargo bay in the lower levels of the spaceport. They met outside the bay's entrance, their eyes meeting in silent communication. "You sense it too?" Mitchell asked, his voice low. Hera nodded. "There's something off about this area. The energy readings are inconsistent with standard cargo operations." With practiced efficiency, they drew their weapons and entered the cargo bay. At first glance, it appeared normal. Stacks of crates and containers lined the walls. But as they moved deeper into the space, they discovered a hidden door, cleverly disguised as part of the wall. Mitchell placed his hand on the door, his enhanced senses picking up the faint hum of advanced technology beyond. "This is it," he whispered. Hera nodded, her antennae twitching in anticipation. They shared a final look before Mitchell forced the door open. The room beyond was a stark contrast to the mundane cargo bay. Banks of computer terminals lined the walls, displaying data streams and complex schematics. In the center of the room stood a device that appeared to be a hybrid of human and Vidian technology. "A purist base," Hera breathed, her eyes wide as she took in the scene. Before they could investigate further, an alarm blared to life. They had triggered some hidden security measure. "We've got company," Mitchell warned, his body tensing for action. Within seconds, the room was flooded with purist agents, both human and Vidian. Hera and Mitchell found themselves surrounded, forced back to back in the center of the room. The fight that ensued was intense and chaotic. Mitchell's enhanced strength allowed him to overpower the human purists with ease, while Hera's superior agility kept her one step ahead of the Vidian operatives. Their bodies remained in constant contact as they fought, a synchronized dance of power and grace. Hera could feel the heat radiating from Mitchell's body, his newly enhanced physiology pushing him to new limits. Just as they seemed to be gaining the upper hand, a stray energy blast struck a nearby container. The resulting explosion rocked the entire room, setting off a chain reaction of smaller detonations. "The fuel cells," Hera shouted, recognizing the danger. "If they go up, They'll take half the spaceport with them. Mitchell nodded grimly. We need to contain this. Now. Their pursuit of the Purist was temporarily forgotten as they raced to contain the spreading fire and stabilize the damaged fuel cells. Working in perfect tandem, they moved from one crisis point to another, their actions so in sync it was as if they shared one mind. As they struggled to mitigate the damage, Hera noticed something strange happening to Mitchell. His skin had taken on a faint bioluminescent glow, similar to her own species. The glow intensified with his exertion, casting an ethereal light around them. Despite her fascination with this new development, Hera forced herself to focus on the task at hand. With a final, coordinated effort, they managed to stabilize the last of the fuel cells, averting a catastrophic explosion. Breathing heavily, they turned back to the matter of the Purist base. Most of the operatives had fled during the chaos, but a few remained, trapped by the very explosions they had inadvertently caused. Among the captured Purists, Hera recognized a familiar face. Dr. Vex, the Vidian scientist who had sabotaged the Mars outpost. His presence here suggested a larger conspiracy at play. As they began to sift through the seized data from the Purist computers, the full scope of their discovery became clear. Mitchell's eyes widened as he processed the information. Hera, he said, his voice tight with urgency. You need to see this. On the screen before them was evidence of a massive Purist plot, one that threatened not just the alliance between humans and Vidians, but the very future of both species. Species. Hera's antennae twitched nervously as she processed the information on the screen. This goes deeper than we imagined, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. There's a Purist sleeper agent within the Vidian High Command. Mitchell's face hardened. We need to act fast. If they've infiltrated that far, who knows what other positions they've compromised? Their eyes met, a silent agreement passing between them. They needed a secure location to plan their next move, away from potential Purist infiltrators. Within hours, they were en route to Mars, their shuttle cutting through the void of space. They landed at an abandoned mining facility, its rusted structures a stark contrast to the red Martian landscape. As they set up their makeshift base of operations, Hera couldn't help but notice the changes in Mitchell. His skin had taken on a permanent, soft bioluminescent glow, reminiscent of her own species. The glow seemed to intensify whenever she was near, a fact that didn't escape her notice. Their living quarters were cramped, forcing them to work in close proximity. As they pored over intelligence reports and tactical plans, Hera found herself increasingly aware of Mitchell's presence. The heat from his body, the subtle changes in his scent, the way his newly enhanced reflexes allowed him to anticipate her movements, it all combined to create an electric tension between them. Their planning was interrupted by the arrival of Dr. Alara, her face etched with concern. Commander Mitchell, she said, I need to run some tests. These physiological changes are progressing faster than we anticipated. Mitchell nodded, following the doctor to a makeshift medical bay. Hera tried to focus on the mission plans, but her mind kept drifting to Mitchell's examination. Hours later, Dr. Alara emerged, her expression grave. Captain Hera, Commander Mitchell, we need to talk. They gathered around a holographic display as Dr. Alara presented her findings. Mitchell's DNA is incorporating Vidian genetic markers at an accelerating rate. He's becoming a human-Vidian hybrid. The implications hung heavy in the air. Mitchell's voice was tight when he spoke. What does this mean for the mission? For me? Before Dr. Alara could respond, an alert flashed across their communication console. Hera's fingers flew over the controls, her eyes widening as she read the incoming message. We've got incoming intel, she said. There's a Purist attack planned on the human Vidian research facility on Io. Mitchell was already moving, his enhanced mind processing the information at an incredible speed. We need to mobilize a task force immediately. As they prepared for the mission, News of Mitchell's transformation leaked to the media. Reports streamed in a public uproar and increased scrutiny of the Human-Vidian Alliance. Senator William Stern's face appeared on every news feed, his voice thundering about Vidian attempts to colonize humanity through genetic manipulation. Hera and Mitchell pushed the controversy aside, focusing on the task at hand. During the mission briefing, Mitchell's enhanced senses picked up on subtle inconsistencies in the intelligence. His brow furrowed as he leaned in to whisper to Hera. "Something's not right," he said. "These reports. There's a pattern that doesn't fit." Working together, they uncovered a mole within their own ranks, rooting out the traitor just hours before launch. The journey to Io was tense, the task force on edge as they approached Jupiter's volcanic moon. As they entered Io's atmosphere, the harsh reality of their environment became clear. Sulfur plumes erupted around them, and the unstable terrain made landing treacherous. No sooner had they touched down than they were under fire. Purist forces had already breached the research facility's outer defenses. Hera and Mitchell led the charge, their complementary abilities allowing them to navigate the chaotic battlefield with deadly efficiency. As they fought their way through the facility's corridors, Mitchell made a startling discovery. The toxic atmosphere that forced others to rely on protective gear seemed to have little effect on him. Without hesitation, he removed his helmet, his movements becoming more fluid and precise. "Hera," he called out. "My hybrid physiology, it's giving me an advantage here." Hera nodded, her own Vidian biology allowing her to adapt quickly to the harsh environment. "Use it. I'll lead a team to evacuate the scientists." They split up, Mitchell using his newfound freedom of movement to outmaneuver the Purist forces and disable their weapon systems. Hera, meanwhile, fought her way to the main laboratory, where she encountered a familiar face, Dr. Vex. The Vidian traitor was attempting to download crucial research data. Without hesitation, Hera launched herself at him, their bodies colliding in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. They grappled among delicate equipment and hazardous materials, each blow threatening to rupture something volatile. Suddenly, a stray energy blast struck a nearby containment unit. The experimental terraforming agent inside began to react violently with Io's atmosphere. Alarms blared as the facility's systems warned of an impending chain reaction. Hera's eyes met Mitchell's across the room. In that moment, they knew their priorities had shifted. The Purists could wait. They had a moon to save. Moving in perfect synchronization, Hera and Mitchell raced to contain the disaster. Mitchell's hybrid physiology allowed him to withstand the caustic environment, while Hera's expertise with Vidian technology guided their efforts to recalibrate the containment systems. Their bodies pressed together as they worked, the heat of exertion mingling with the tension that had been building between them for weeks. Hera could feel Mitchell's heartbeat, his bioluminescent glow pulsing in time with her own. With a final, desperate effort, they stabilized the terraforming agent. The immediate threat neutralized, they turned their attention back to the fleeing Purists. In the chaos, they managed to capture several key operatives, including Dr. Vex. As the last of the Purist forces were rounded up, Hera and Mitchell found themselves alone in the facility's decontamination chamber. The adrenaline of battle still coursed through their veins, their bodies humming with unreleased energy. They moved closer, drawn together by a force that seemed beyond their control. Hera's antennae twitched, picking up on the subtle changes in Mitchell's scent. His bioluminescent glow intensified, casting an otherworldly light in the small space. Just as their lips were about to meet, an urgent communication crackled through their comms. "Captain Hera, Commander Mitchell, we have an emergency situation. The Purists have launched a major offensive against multiple human and Vidian colonies. We need you back at base immediately." They pulled apart, the moment shattered. As they boarded their ship to return to Mars, both knew that their personal feelings would have to wait. The intelligence gathered from the captured operatives had given them a critical advantage in their upcoming assault on the Titan stronghold. As Io receded behind them, Hera and Mitchell shared a look of persistence. The fate of human-Vidian relations hung in the balance, and they were the key to tipping the scales. As the ship hurtled through space towards Mars, Hera and Mitchell's minds raced with the implications of the Purist offensive. The fate of multiple human and Vidian colonies hung in the balance, demanding immediate action. Upon their arrival, they wasted no time. Within hours, they had established a command center on Phobos, Mars' larger moon. The isolated base provided a strategic vantage point, allowing them to coordinate their efforts across the solar system. The cramped quarters of the Phobos facility forced Hera and Mitchell into constant proximity. As they huddled over holographic displays, analyzing intelligence reports and formulating counterattack strategies, the air between them seemed to crackle with undedication tension. Mitchell's skin pulsed with a soft, bioluminescent glow that intensified whenever Hera drew near. The phenomenon didn't go unnoticed by the personnel on the base. Human and Vidian alike cast curious glances their way, some with raised eyebrows, others with twitching antennae. During a particularly intense strategy session, Dr. Alara burst into the command center, her face etched with concern. "Commander Mitchell, Captain Hera, I have urgent news." They turned from the holographic display, giving the doctor their full attention. Ilara's eyes darted between them before she continued. "My latest research indicates that Mitchell's transformation isn't an isolated incident. We've detected similar genetic changes in other humans who had prolonged contact with Vidians." Mitchell's brow furrowed. "How widespread is this?" "It's not as advanced as your case, but the implications are significant," Ilara replied. "This could potentially affect a much larger population than we initially believed." Hera's antennae twitched nervously. This adds a new dimension to the Purist threat. Their bioweapon could have far-reaching consequences. As they digested this information, an alert flashed across their main display. Intelligence reports had uncovered a major Purist stronghold on Enceladus, one of Saturn's icy moons. Mitchell leaned in, studying the data. This could be their secondary headquarters. If we can neutralize this base, it might give us the advantage we need for our assault on Titan. Hera nodded in agreement. "We need to move fast. I'll assemble a strike team." As they prepared for the mission, a new face joined their ranks. Commander Zara Cole, a decorated Vidian Special Forces operative, strode into the command center. Her presence immediately caught Mitchell's attention, and Hera felt an unexpected twinge in her chest. "Commander Cole reporting for duty," Zara announced, her voice crisp and professional. "I've been assigned as your tactical advisor for this operation." Mitchell extended his hand in greeting, his skin glowing a bit brighter. "Welcome aboard, Commander. Your expertise will be invaluable." Hera watched their interaction, a subtle frown creasing her brow. She pushed the feeling aside, focusing on the mission briefing. Hours later, they were aboard a stealth shuttle, its experimental cloaking technology rendering them virtually invisible as they approached Enceladus. The icy moon loomed before them, its surface scarred by deep fissures that periodically erupted with plumes of water and ice. Mitchell, standing at the shuttle's viewport, seemed unfazed by the frigid environment outside. His hybrid physiology had continued to evolve, granting him increased resistance to extreme temperatures. As they navigated through the icy geysers, Hera couldn't help but notice how Zara gravitated towards Mitchell, engaging him in hushed conversation. She forced herself to concentrate on the mission parameters, pushing aside the unwelcome distraction. The shuttle touched down silently on Enceladus' frozen surface. Hera led the team towards a hidden Purist facility, their movements careful and measured in the low gravity. As they approached the outer defenses, they encountered a series of complex security systems that melded human and Vidian technologies. This level of integration suggests a deeper cooperation between the purest factions than we anticipated, Hera murmured, her voice tight with concern. Mitchell nodded grimly. Let's hope it doesn't mean they've made similar advancements in their bioweapon research. They breached the outer defenses and made their way into the facility. The corridors were a maze of metal and ice, twisting and turning in confusing patterns. As they delved deeper, they came across a sight that made even the seasoned operatives among them pause. A vast chamber opened up before them, filled with rows upon rows of stasis pods. Each pod contained a figure suspended in a greenish fluid, their features distorted by various stages of genetic alteration. They're trying to replicate the hybridization process, Mitchell said, his voice barely above a whisper. His skin pulsed with an agitated glow as he moved among the pods, examining the occupants. Hera felt a chill run down her spine that had nothing to do with the frigid air. This goes beyond simple prejudice or fear. They're playing with forces they don't understand. As they worked to gather intelligence and sabotage the facility systems, alarms suddenly blared to life. They had been discovered. Pure security forces poured into the chamber, energy weapons blazing. Mitchell's enhanced strength and Hera's superior combat skills immediately came into play as they engaged the attackers. They moved in perfect synchronization, covering each other's blind spots and anticipating each other's movements. In the chaos of the firefight, Commander Zara Cole threw herself in front of Mitchell, taking a blast meant for him. She crumpled to the ground, her face contorted in pain. Zara, Mitchell cried out, his bioluminescence flaring brightly as he scooped her up and moved her to cover. The battle raged on, but the team's actions had triggered a chain reaction in the base's power systems. Explosions rocked the facility, threatening to bring the entire structure down around them. We need to move, Hera shouted over the din. Mitchell, grab as many of the test subjects as we can. We're evacuating. As they raced through the collapsing facility, Hera and Mitchell found themselves separated from the rest of the team. They navigated the crumbling corridors, their bodies moving in perfect harmony as they overcame each obstacle. They finally reached the hangar bay, only to find it guarded by a group of purist elites. Without hesitation, Hera and Mitchell launched into action, their fighting styles blending seamlessly as they engaged the guards in hand-to-hand combat. Mitchell's bioluminescence pulsed with each movement, seeming to lend him extra strength and speed. Together, they overpowered the guards and secured the escape vessel. With moments to spare, they retrieved their team, the injured Commander Cole, and as many of the rescued test subjects as they could fit aboard. The ship blasted off just as the Purist facility erupted in a spectacular explosion of fire and ice. As they escaped Enceladus' gravity well, Hera and Mitchell found themselves pressed together in the cramped cockpit of the escape vessel. The adrenaline of their near-death experience still coursed through their veins, heightening their awareness of each other's presence. Mitchell's skin glowed brightly, pulsing in time with Hera's rapid heartbeat. Their eyes met, a moment of unspoken communication passing between them. But before either could speak, a communication from the JHVDF cruiser waiting in Saturn's orbit crackled through the ship's speakers. "Strike Team, this is JHVDF Command. Report your status." The moment broken, Hera and Mitchell turned their attention to piloting the ship towards the rendezvous point. As they approached the cruiser, they knew that their mission was nowhere near the end. The intelligence they had gathered on Enceladus would be crucial for their upcoming assault on Titan. The Purist experiments had raised the stakes higher than ever before. As Hera and Mitchell prepared to board the cruiser, they shared a look of perseverance. The final confrontation on Titan loomed before them, and they knew that the fate of human-Vidian relations, and perhaps the future of both species, would be decided in the battles to come. Comne, as they docked with the JHVTF cruiser, Hera and Mitchell exchanged a determined look. The intelligence gathered from Enceladus would prove crucial in their upcoming assault on Titan. Upon their return to the Phobos Command Center, Hera and Mitchell immediately immersed themselves in planning the final strike against the Purist stronghold. The data retrieved from the Enceladus facility provided invaluable insights into the layout and defensive systems of the Titan base. As they pored over holographic schematics, Hera noticed Mitchell's bioluminescence pulsing more rapidly than usual. His proximity sent a subtle tingling sensation through her antennae, making it difficult to concentrate on the task at hand. The main reactor core seems to be located here, Mitchell said, his glowing fingertip tracing a path through the holographic labyrinth. If we can breach this section, we might be able to overload their systems. Hera leaned in closer, her shoulder brushing against Mitchell's. Agreed, but the approach is heavily guarded. We'll need a distraction to draw their forces away from Dash. Her words were cut short as Dr. Alara burst into the command center, datapad in hand. Commander Mitchell, I have urgent news about your condition. Mitchell straightened, his skin flickering with concern. What is it, Doctor? Alara's eyes darted between Mitchell and Hera before she continued. The hybridization process has accelerated beyond our initial projections. Your strength, speed, and sensory perception now surpass even Vidian norms. Mitchell flexed his hand, watching the bioluminescent patterns dance across his skin. I've noticed some changes, but I didn't realize the extent. There's more, Alara added, her voice grave. The rapid alterations are putting significant stress on your physiology. If this continues unchecked, it could lead to severe complications. Hera's antennae twitched with worry. How long does he have? It's difficult to say with certainty, Alara replied. But we need to neutralize the Purist threat and find a way to stabilize his condition as soon as possible. The news cast a shadow over the command center. Mitchell's enhanced abilities could prove invaluable in the upcoming assault, but at what cost? As they resumed their planning, Commander Zara Cole entered the room, her presence adding another layer of tension to the already charged atmosphere. I hope I'm not interrupting, she said, her eyes lingering on Mitchell. Hera felt a twinge of jealousy, but quickly suppressed it. Not at all, Commander. Your tactical insights will be valuable in finalizing our approach. The team worked tirelessly, refining their strategy for the Titan assault. As the hours wore on, the proximity between Hera and Mitchell seemed to intensify. Every accidental touch, every shared glance, sent a jolt of electricity through them both. Just as they were putting the finishing touches on their plan, an urgent transmission crackled through the command center speakers. Phobos Command, this is the Human Vidian Research Outpost on Triton. We are under attack by unknown forces, requesting immediate assistance. The team exchanged worried glances. Mitchell's brow furrowed as he studied the tactical display. Triton's on the other side of the solar system. If we divert our forces now, it could jeopardize the Titan operation. Hera's antennae twitched as she weighed their options. We can't ignore a direct attack on a joint human-Vidian facility. It could be the Purists expanding their operations. After a moment of tense deliberation, Mitchell spoke. We'll split our forces. I'll lead a small team to Triton to investigate and secure the outpost. Hera, you continue preparations for the Titan assault. Hera nodded, trying to ignore the pang of anxiety at the thought of separation. Agreed. Take Commander Cole with you. Her Special Forces experience could prove useful. As Mitchell's team prepared for departure, he and Hera found a moment alone. The air between them crackled with unspoken emotions. Be careful out there, Hera said, her voice barely above a whisper. We don't know what you'll be facing on Triton. Mitchell's skin pulsed with a soft, comforting glow. I'll come back. We have unfinished business here. His hand brushed against hers, sending a shiver through them both. Moments later, Mitchell's team boarded a high-speed stealth vessel bound for Triton. As they cleared Phobos' gravity well, Mitchell felt a strange connection to the ship's Vidian-based systems. Acting on instinct, he placed his hand on the control panel. To everyone's amazement, Mitchell's bioluminescence synchronized with the ship's systems. Data flowed directly into his mind, allowing him to optimize their course and enhance their stealth capabilities. Commander Cole watched in awe. "I've never seen anything like this. You're interfacing with the ship on a level even full Vidians can't achieve." Mitchell's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light as he processed the influx of information. "It's incredible. I can feel every system, every circuit. It's like the ship is an extension of my body." As they hurtled through space towards Triton, Mitchell couldn't help but wonder what other changes awaited him, and what consequences these evolving abilities might bring. Back on Phobos, Hera threw herself into finalizing the Titan assault plans, trying to ignore the gnawing worry for Mitchell's safety. As she reviewed the operation parameters, her distraction led her to overlook a minor but potentially critical detail in the approach vector. The hours ticked by, filled with tense preparation and anxious waiting. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, a transmission came through from Mitchell's team. "Phobos Command, this is Mitchell. The situation on Triton is more complicated than we thought. The attack was a false flag operation by a splinter group calling themselves the Evolutionaries. They believe controlled hybridization is the key to both species survival." Hera's antennae twitched with concern. "What's your status? Are you secure?" "We've repelled the immediate threat, but we've uncovered a hidden laboratory with disturbing experiments. Hera, they're trying to replicate what's happening to me, but the results are catastrophic." The implications hung heavy in the air. As Hera processed this new information, alarms blared throughout the Phobos facility. A technician rushed into the command center, his face pale. "Captain, we've just received intelligence that the Purists on Titan have accelerated their plans. They're preparing to launch a massive attack on key human and Vidian worlds using a weaponized version of the hybridization process." Hera's mind raced. With Mitchell still on Triton and time running out, she faced an impossible decision. The fate of human-Vidian relations, and potentially both species, hung in the balance. As she opened a channel to recall Mitchell's team, she knew that the final confrontation on Titan would determine not just the future of interspecies cooperation, but her and Mitchell's personal futures as well. The assault fleet stood ready, poised on the brink of departure. As Hera issued the order to launch, she couldn't shake the feeling that something monumental awaited them in the icy depths of Titan, something that would change the course of history forever. The assault fleet departed Phobos, a swarm of sleek ships cutting through the void of space towards Titan. On the bridge of the command ship, Hera stood at the tactical display, her antennae twitching with nervous energy. Beside her, Mitchell's skin pulsed with an otherworldly glow as he interfaced directly with the ship's systems. "All ships reporting ready," Hera announced, her voice steady despite the tension coiling in her chest. "Titan's orbit in range in T-minus 20 minutes. Mitchell nodded, his eyes glowing with the same intensity as the holographic displays surrounding him. "I'm detecting multiple energy signatures ahead. The Purists have been busy." As they approached Titan's orbit, the fleet encountered a dripping network of orbital weapons platforms and swarms of combat drones. Alarms blared as the first volley of enemy fire streaked towards them. "Evasive maneuvers!" Hera shouted. The command ship banked hard, narrowly avoiding a barrage of plasma bolts. Mitchell's hands danced over the control panel, his hybrid physiology allowing him to process tactical data at superhuman speeds. Targeting systems online, firing solutions uploaded to all ships. The assault force returned fire, their accuracy dramatically increased by Mitchell's enhanced interface. Energy beams lanced out, carving through the Purist defenses with surgical precision. But the victory came at a cost. A nearby frigate erupted in a silent explosion, its crew lost in an instant. Hera gritted her teeth, forcing herself to focus on the mission rather than the lives already lost. As the fleet pushed through the initial defensive line, Hera prepared to lead the ground assault. She met her strike team in the hangar bay, where specially designed drop pods awaited them. "Remember your training," Hera addressed her team, her voice firm. "Titan's atmosphere is thick and toxic. Your suits are the only thing keeping you alive down there." The drop pods launched, streaking through Titan's upper atmosphere in a fiery descent. Hera's pod shuddered violently as it plummeted through layers of methane-rich clouds. Suddenly, an alarm blared in her ear. "Pod 3 losing stability." A panicked voice crackled over the comm. "Controls unresponsive." Without hesitation, Hera overrode her pod's safety protocols. She maneuvered alongside the malfunctioning pod, matching its erratic descent. With precision born from years of training, she extended a tether, securing it to the other pod. "Brace for impact," Hera shouted as both pods slammed into Titan's icy surface. The occupants of the damaged pod stumbled out, dazed but alive thanks to her daring mid-air rescue. As Hera's team regrouped on the orange haze surface, the sound of distant explosions rumbled through their suits. Above them, the space battle raged on, Mitchell coordinating the assault from the command ship. They pushed forward through the harsh terrain, their advanced combat suits barely keeping the extreme cold and toxic atmosphere at bay. Purist ground forces emerged from hidden bunkers, forcing Hera's team into a series of intense firefights. Hera's Vidian combat training shone as she led her team through the chaos. Her movements were a blur of deadly efficiency, each strike precisely calculated to neutralize her opponents with minimal effort. As they approached the central complex of the Purist stronghold, a new threat emerged from the orange mist. Towering figures, neither fully human nor Vidian, charged towards them with feral growls. "Hybrids," Hera warned, her voice tight with shock. These were the results of the Purist's twisted experiments, physically imposing and clearly unstable. One of the hybrids lunged at Hera, its strength far beyond that of a normal human or Vidian. She barely managed to dodge, feeling the rush of air as massive fists swung past her head. Hera found herself locked in a brutal hand-to-hand fight, her combat skills pushed to their limits. As she grappled with the hybrid, Hera's mind flashed to Mitchell. Was this the fate that awaited him if his condition progressed unchecked? The thought filled her with a mix of fear and persistence. With a burst of strength, Hera managed to overpower the hybrid, using its own momentum to slam it into the icy ground. As the creature lay stunned, Hera's team quickly subdued it with stun weapons. "Secure that hybrid," Hera ordered, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "We need to study it, find out what the Purists have done." As they finally breached the central complex, Hera's team discovered a vast laboratory filled with rows of stasis pods. Each contained a partially transformed hybrid, suspended in a glowing green fluid. "This is it," Hera breathed, her antennae twitching with a mix of disgust and fascination. "The heart of their operation. We need to destroy it all." As her team began planting explosive charges throughout the facility, a calm voice echoed through the chamber. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Captain Hera." A figure stepped out of the shadows, a perfect blend of human and Vidian features. His skin glowed with controlled bioluminescence, and his eyes held an unsettling intelligence. "Dr. Alexei Volkov, I presume," Hera said, her weapon trained on the Purist leader. Volkov smiled, spreading his arms wide. "You see before you the future of both our species. Why fight it? Join us, and together we can guide humanity and the Vidians into a new era of evolution." For a moment, Hera hesitated. Volkov's mastery of his hybrid state was undeniable, a stark contrast to the feral creatures they had fought outside. Was there truth to his words? But then she thought of Mitchell, of the toll his transformation was taking on him. of the unstable hybrids they had encountered. This wasn't evolution. It was playing with forces beyond their control. "No," Hera said firmly, her perseverance hardening. "This ends now." As she moved to apprehend Volkov, the complex shook with a massive explosion. The space battle had taken a dramatic turn. The complex rocked violently, throwing Hera off balance. Alarms blared as the facility's structural integrity began to fail. "We need to evacuate now," Hera shouted over the din, gesturing for her team to fall back. She turned to Volkov, her weapon still trained on him. "You're coming with us. Move!" As they rushed through collapsing corridors, Hera's calm crackled to life. Mitchell's voice came through, strained and urgent. "Hera, the orbital defenses are down. We're pushing through, but we've taken heavy damage. What's your status?" "We've secured Volkov and the hybridization data," Hera responded, ducking as debris rained down around them. "Heading to the extraction point now." They burst out of the complex into Titan's toxic atmosphere, the orange haze now filled with falling debris from the space battle above. Hera's team fought their way through the chaos, subduing the remaining Purist forces as they made their way to the waiting dropships. As they boarded, Hera felt the ship lurch beneath her feet. She rushed to the cockpit, her eyes widening at the sight before her. The command ship was listing heavily, trailing debris and venting atmosphere. "Mitchell," she called over the comm, "we're clear of the surface. What's happening up there?" His response was broken and staticky. "Took a direct hit. Losing power. Need to make emergency landing." Hera's heart raced as she watched the command ship descend rapidly towards Titan's surface. She barked orders to the pilot, directing them to intercept the stricken vessel. As they approached, Hera could see the extent of the damage. The command ship's hull was breached in multiple places, and its engines were failing. With expert precision, the dropship pilot maneuvered alongside, matching the larger ship's descent. "We're going to attempt a mid-air transfer," Hera announced to her team. "Prepare for rapid decompression." The dropship's airlock sealed against the command ship's emergency hatch. Hera held her breath as the doors cycled open. Mitchell stumbled through, supported by 2 crew members. His skin flickered weakly, and his eyes were unfocused. "Go, go, go!" Hera shouted as more survivors poured into the dropship. The moment the last person was through, she slammed the airlock controls. The dropship broke away just as the command ship crashed into Titan's icy surface, erupting in a massive fireball. Hera rushed to Mitchell's side, her antennae twitching with concern. His breathing was labored, and his hybrid features seemed to be fluctuating wildly. "Stay with me," she urged, gripping his hand tightly. "We're getting you to medical." The dropship accelerated away from Titan, joining the rest of the assault fleet as they regrouped in orbit. Hera divided her attention between coordinating the aftermath of the battle and monitoring Mitchell's deteriorating condition. As soon as they docked with the fleet's medical frigate, Mitchell was rushed to the emergency bay. Dr. Alara, the lead xenobiologist, met them at the entrance. "What happened?" she demanded, her eyes widening at Mitchell's state. "He interfaced directly with the ship's systems during the battle," Hera explained, following them into the medical bay. "I think the strain was too much for his hybrid physiology." Dr. Alara and her team swarmed around Mitchell, attaching monitoring devices and administering treatments. Hera watched anxiously, her antennae drooping with worry. "Captain," a voice called from behind her. Hera turned to see Commander Zara Cole approaching, her face grim. "We need to debrief and secure the prisoners and data." Hera hesitated, looking back at Mitchell's prone form. Dr. Alara caught her eye and nodded reassuringly. "We'll do everything we can for him. Go, Captain. Your duty calls." With a heavy heart, Hera followed Commander Cole out of the medical bay. As they walked, Cole briefed her on the situation. The purest stronghold has been neutralized, but we're getting reports of unrest on both human and Vidian worlds. News of the hybridization experiments is spreading fast. They entered a secure conference room, where the rest of the joint human-Vidian task force leadership was gathered. The tension in the air was palpable as Hera began her report on the ground assault and the capture of Dr. Volkov. As the debrief continued, debate erupted over the fate of the hybridization research. Some argued for its immediate destruction, while others saw potential benefits that couldn't be ignored. This could be the key to true integration between our species, one Vidian scientist argued passionately. Or it could lead to the destruction of both, a human admiral countered. We can't risk this knowledge falling into the wrong hands. The argument raged on, threatening to fracture the fragile alliance. Hera listened to both sides, her mind racing. She thought of Mitchell, fighting for his life in the medical bay, a living example of both the potential and the dangers of hybridization. Suddenly, an aide burst into the room, his face pale. "Captains, we're receiving urgent transmissions from Earth and the Vidian homeworld. The news of the raid and Commander Mitchell's condition has leaked. There's widespread panic and calls for an immediate end to all human Vidian cooperation." The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Years of progress in interspecies relations teetered on the brink of collapse. As Hera prepared to address the crisis, her comm unit chimed with a priority message from the medical bay. Dr. Alera's voice came through, tense but controlled. "Captain, we've stabilized Commander Mitchell for now, but his condition is critical. We need to talk about our options, and we need to talk fast." Hera looked around the room at the divided leadership, then back at her comm unit. The fate of human-Vidian relations, Mitchell's life, and perhaps the future of both species now rested on the decisions they would make in the coming hours. Hours. Hera took a deep breath, steadying herself for the challenges ahead. "Understood, Doctor. I'll be there shortly," she responded, turning back to the task force leadership. "We need to address these concerns immediately. But first, I must check on Commander Mitchell." As Hera hurried to the medical bay, alarms blared throughout the ship. A voice came over the intercom. "All personnel, prepare for immediate departure. Unknown deep space, anomaly detected. This is not a drill." Hera's pace quickened. She burst into the medical bay to find Mitchell sitting up, his skin pulsing with an eerie glow. Dr. Alera stood beside him, her expression a mix of concern and fascination. "What's happening?" Hera demanded. Mitchell turned to her, his eyes now a swirling mix of human and Vidian irises. "I can sense it, Hera. Something vast, calling to us." Before Hera could respond, Commander Zara Cole entered the room. "Captain, Commander, we need you on the bridge immediately. The anomaly, it's unlike anything we've ever seen." As they rushed to the bridge, Hera noticed Mitchell moving with newfound strength and agility. His transformation had accelerated, his hybrid physiology now fully manifested. On the bridge, a holographic display showed a massive disturbance in deep space, pulsing with energy that defied conventional analysis. The task force leadership stood in stunned silence, their earlier arguments forgotten in the face of this new development. Admiral Chun, the highest-ranking human officer, turned to Mitchell. "Commander, given your unique condition, what can you tell us about this anomaly?" Mitchell stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the display. As he approached, the ship system seemed to respond to his presence, the hologram sharpening and expanding. "It's artificial," he said, his voice resonating with an otherworldly timbre. "And ancient, older than our civilizations combined." The implications of his words hung heavy in the air. Hera watched as Mitchell interfaced directly with the ship's computers, his hybrid physiology allowing him to process data at an unprecedented rate. "We need to investigate," Mitchell declared. "And I need to lead the mission." A murmur of surprise and concern rippled through the assembled officers. Admiral Chin exchanged glances with his Vidian counterpart before nodding slowly. Agreed, but we'll need a specialized team. Captain Hera, you'll accompany Commander Mitchell. We'll retrofit our most advanced stealth vessel, the HSS Horizon, for this mission. As preparations for the deep space expedition intensified, Hera found herself undergoing a series of treatments to enhance her own hybrid compatibility. The procedures were not as extensive as Mitchell's transformation, but they allowed her to develop limited bioluminescent communication and improve neural interfacing capabilities. The medical team, led by Dr. Alara, worked tirelessly to document and understand the full extent of Mitchell's new abilities. His enhanced strength, heightened senses, and direct technological interface capabilities both excited and unnerved the JHVDF leadership. As the HSS Horizon underwent its final modifications, integrating experimental hybrid technology, a security alert echoed through the facility. Dr. Alexei Volkov, the captured Purist leader, had escaped from the Titan facility, overpowering his guards and stealing a transport ship. The news added a new layer of urgency to their mission. If Volkov reunited with his followers, he could pose a significant threat to the expedition and to human-Vidian relations as a whole. Recognizing the need for additional expertise, the task force recruited Dr. Zara Cole to join Mitchell and Hera's team. Her combat experience and knowledge of Vidian technology were deemed crucial for the mission's success. As the launch date approached, long-range probes sent back fragmentary data, suggesting the anomaly possessed properties consistent with an artificial construct of immense scale. The possibility of an advanced alien civilization beyond human and Vidian knowledge sent waves of excitement and apprehension through both species. On the day of the launch, a crowd gathered to witness the departure of the HSS Horizon. The atmosphere crackled with tension and anticipation. As Mitchell and Hera boarded the ship, their synchronized bioluminescence created a mesmerizing display of unity. The HSS Horizon lifted off from the Titan spaceport, its hybrid engines pulsing with energy. As they accelerated out of the solar system, Mitchell interfaced directly with the ship's systems, his hybrid physiology allowing for unprecedented control. As they ventured deeper into space, Mitchell's enhanced senses detected patterns in the energy fluctuations emanating from the anomaly. His discovery led to a course adjustment, guiding the ship towards a previously undetected spatial phenomenon. Suddenly, the HSS Horizon encountered a series of violent gravitational distortions. Alarms blared as the ship's structural integrity was pushed to its limits. Mitchell's eyes glowed intensely as he merged his consciousness with the ship's systems. "Hera, Dr. Cole, I need you both," he called out, his voice strained with effort. Hera and Zara rushed to his side, linking their hybrid interfaces with his. Together, they formed a human-Vidian hybrid circuit, their combined abilities allowing them to navigate the treacherous space. As they emerged from the gravitational distortions, a collective gasp filled the bridge. Before them floated a massive, geometrically complex structure that dwarfed the HSS Horizon. It pulsed with energy signatures unlike anything in human or Vidian records. "Initiating first contact protocols," Hera announced, her voice steady despite the awe she felt. As the HSS Horizon cautiously approached the colossal structure, Mitchell turned to Hera and Zara, his expression a mix of commitment and wonder. "Whatever we find here," he said, "it's going to change everything." The crew of the HSS Horizon steeled themselves for the encounter ahead, knowing that the fate of human-Vidian relations and perhaps the future of both species hung in the balance. As they drew closer to the alien construct, the ship's sensors came alive with readings that defied explanation, hinting at technologies and principles far beyond their current understanding. The crew of the HSS Horizon braced themselves as they drew closer to the alien construct, its immense scale becoming even more apparent as they approached. Mitchell's eyes glowed with an intense blue light as he interfaced directly with the ship's communication systems. His fingers danced across the control panel, inputting a series of mathematical sequences and universal constants. Initiating first contact protocols, he announced, his voice resonating with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Hours passed in tense silence as the crew waited for a response. Hera paced the bridge, her antennae twitching with nervous energy. Dr. Zara Cole monitored the sensor readings, her eyes darting between multiple screens. Suddenly, the alien structure pulsed with vibrant energy. Complex patterns of light rippled across its surface, converging into a focused beam that struck the HSS horizon. "We're receiving a response," Dr. Cole exclaimed, her fingers flying over the console. Mitchell's body tensed as he processed the incoming data. His hybrid physiology allowed him to interpret the energy pulses in ways the ship's computers couldn't. "It's communicating," he said, his voice filled with awe. "The structure, it's alive. It calls itself the Nexus." Hera moved closer to Mitchell, her hand resting on his shoulder. "What is it saying?" Mitchell's eyes refocused as he turned to the crew. "It's inviting us aboard, a small team for direct interaction." Admiral Chen's voice crackled over the comms. "Captain Hera, you and Commander Mitchell will lead this mission. Dr. Cole, your expertise will be crucial. Prepare for departure immediately." As the team boarded the shuttle, Hera noticed Mitchell's movements had become more fluid, almost predatory. His hybrid physiology seemed to be adapting in real time to the unknown challenges ahead. The shuttle approached a newly formed opening in the Nexus's exterior. As they passed through, the laws of physics seemed to bend around them. Gravity shifted and reformed, creating a disorienting effect that left Dr. Cole gripping her seat. Mitchell, however, moved with ease. His body seemed to flow with the changing gravitational fields, allowing him to guide the shuttle safely into a vast, shimmering chamber. As they disembarked, holographic projections sprang to life around them. Complex mathematical equations and scientific diagrams filled the air, shifting and reforming at dizzying speeds. Mitchell's eyes darted from projection to projection, his enhanced cognitive abilities processing the information at an unprecedented rate. "It's a database," he breathed, "spanning billions of years. Countless civilizations." Dr. Cole activated her scanning equipment, her eyes wide with wonder. "The technology here. It's beyond anything we've ever encountered." As they moved deeper into the Nexus, they discovered hidden chambers filled with marvels. Dr. Cole found herself drawn to a device that pulsed with bioluminescent energy. "This appears to be capable of manipulating genetic structures on a massive scale," she reported, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and concern. Meanwhile, Mitchell and Hera discovered a room lined with stasis pods. Each contained a perfectly preserved specimen of various alien species, some bearing a striking resemblance to ancient fossils found on Earth and Vidya. Suddenly, the air around them shimmered, and a voice seemed to emanate from the very walls of the Nexus. "We have been waiting for beings such as you," it said, the words translating directly into their minds. The voice explained that the Nexus was an ancient artificial intelligence, created to guide developing civilizations towards sustainable advancement. It had been monitoring both human and Vidian civilizations for millennia. "Your hybrid state," the voice said, addressing Mitchell directly, "represents a potential solution to a cosmic problem we have long sought to solve." Before Mitchell could respond, the Nexus initiated a massive data transfer. Information flooded into their neural interfaces, overwhelming their senses. Dr. Cole collapsed, her systems unable to handle the influx. Mitchell and Hera, however, stood firm. Their hybrid physiologies adapted, allowing them to absorb the vast repository of knowledge. As the transfer completed, they found themselves with access to information spanning the history of the universe. The implications of this knowledge hit them like a physical force. The conflict between humans and Vidians, their subsequent cooperation, Even Mitchell's transformation, all had been part of the Nexus's long-term plan to create a new, hybrid species capable of unprecedented advancement. As Mitchell and Hera grappled with this revelation, alarms blared throughout the structure. The Nexus's voice returned, urgent and concerned. "Intruders have breached our outer defenses," it warned. "They seek to destroy us." A holographic display materialized, showing a purist ship led by Dr. Alexei Volkov. The escaped scientist had tracked them across the galaxy, intent on destroying what he saw as a threat to species purity. Mitchell's eyes narrowed, his body tensing for action. "Hera, we need to defend the core. The future of both our species depends on it." Hera nodded, her antennae glowing with drive. They secured the unconscious Dr. Cole in a stasis chamber before racing towards the Nexus's central core. As they navigated the shifting corridors, Mitchell interfaced with the Nexus's defense systems. Hera engaged a group of purist soldiers who had managed to infiltrate the inner chambers, her enhanced strength and agility giving her the upper hand. They fought their way through waves of purist forces, their synchronized movements a testament to their growing connection. As they approached the central core, they could hear Dr. Volkov's voice echoing through the chambers. "We will not allow this abomination to continue," the scientist shouted. "Purity must be maintained at all costs." Mitchell and Hera exchanged a glance, their bioluminescence pulsing in unison. They knew that the fate of not just their own civilizations, but potentially the entire galaxy, hung in the balance. As they prepared to confront Dr. Volkov, Mitchell felt the full weight of the knowledge imparted by the Nexus. He realized that this moment, this confrontation, would determine the course of cosmic evolution for eons to come. With a shared nod of understanding, Mitchell and Hera stepped forward, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in defense of the Nexus and the future it represented. With revitalized commitment, Mitchell and Hera sprinted towards the Nexus's central core, their synchronized movements a fluid dance through the shifting corridors. The structure around them pulsed with energy, its geometry morphing and twisting in ways that defied conventional physics. As they rounded a corner, they encountered a group of purist soldiers. Without hesitation, Mitchell and Hera engaged in close-quarters combat. Mitchell's enhanced strength allowed him to effortlessly deflect blows and throw opponents across the corridor. Hera's Vidian combat training shone through as she executed a series of precise strikes, disabling her attackers with ruthless efficiency. "We need to move faster," Hera called out, her antennae twitching with urgency. Volkov could be moments away from destroying everything. Mitchell nodded, his eyes glowing with intensity as he interfaced with the Nexus's systems. "I'm picking up a surge of energy from the core. He's already started the process." They pressed on, their bioluminescence pulsing in unison as they navigated the labyrinthine structure. The corridors seemed to shift and realign, as if the Nexus itself was guiding them towards their destination. As they approached the central chamber, they heard Volkov's voice echoing off the walls, a mixture of rage and triumph. "You're too late. The abomination ends here." Mitchell and Hera burst into the core, their eyes widening at the sight before them. Volkov stood at the main control panel, his body entangled in a web of cables and neural interfaces. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he interfaced directly with the Nexus's systems. "Volkov, stop!" Mitchell shouted, his voice carrying the weight of the knowledge imparted by the Nexus. "You don't understand what you're doing." The purist leader turned, his face contorted in a sneer. "I understand perfectly. This monstrosity threatens the purity of both our species. It must be destroyed." Mitchell's mind raced as he assessed the situation. He could sense the Nexus's distress through his neural link, feeling the strain on its systems as Volkov attempted to initiate the self-destruct sequence. Without a word, Mitchell and Hera launched into action. Mitchell extended his consciousness into the Nexus's defense systems, activating a series of energy barriers to contain Volkov and limit his access to critical systems. Hera moved with preternatural speed, closing the distance between herself and Volkov in a heartbeat. She ducked under a wild swing from the scientist, her enhanced agility allowing her to weave through his defenses. With precision born from years of training, she struck at the vulnerable points in Volkov's cybernetic enhancements. As Hera engaged Volkov directly, Mitchell focused on countering the self-destruct sequence. He interfaced with the Nexus's core, his mind merging with its vast consciousness. The strain was immediate and intense, causing Mitchell's bioluminescence to flare erratically. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he fought against Volkov's commands, line by line, protocol by protocol. The sheer amount of data flowing through his hybrid neural pathways threatened to overwhelm him. Hera, sensing Mitchell's distress through their bond, redoubled her efforts against Volkov. She landed a series of precise blows, targeting the connection points between Volkov's organic and cybernetic components. Suddenly, Volkov's eyes widened in shock and pain. In his desperation to destroy the Nexus, he had initiated a partial download of its database into his own neural implants. The vast influx of information overwhelmed his systems, causing him to stagger back from the control panel. Seizing the opportunity, Mitchell pushed harder, initiating a counter-protocol to halt the self-destruct sequence. The effort sent waves of pain through his body, his hybrid physiology struggling to handle the immense data load. Hera, seeing Mitchell's distress, moved swiftly to his side. She placed her hand on his back, their bioluminescent patterns synchronizing instantly. The connection provided the stability Mitchell needed, allowing him to push through the final barriers and terminate the self-destruct sequence. As the immediate threat to the Nexus subsided, Mitchell and Hera turned their attention to Volkov. The Purist leader had collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing as it underwent rapid, uncontrolled changes. The partial download had triggered an accelerated evolution in his hybrid physiology, his form shifting and morphing before their eyes. "We need to contain him," Mitchell said, his voice strained from the mental exertion. The Nexus, sensing their intent, provided energy binders that Mitchell and Hera used to secure Volkov. As they finished restraining him, a familiar voice echoed through their minds. "The attack has triggered a dormant protocol," the Nexus communicated. "I must relocate to ensure the safety of the knowledge I contain." Mitchell and Hera exchanged a glance, understanding the implications. They had to act quickly to secure as much valuable data and technology as possible before the Nexus departed. "We need to get back to Dr. Cole," Hera said, her antennae twitching with urgency. As if on cue, the structure around them began to shift and reconfigure. Gravity fluctuated wildly, entire sections of the Nexus phasing in and out of normal space-time. Mitchell nodded, his eyes glowing with renewed purpose. "Let's move. We have a lot to do and not much time to do it." Together, they lifted the unconscious form of Volkov and began their journey back through the shifting corridors of the Nexus. The race against time had begun, with the fate of both their species hanging in the balance. As they raced through the shifting corridors, alarms blared throughout the structure, signaling the imminent departure of the Nexus. Mitchell and Hera, carrying the unconscious Dr. Volkov between them, sprinted towards the chamber where they had left Dr. Cole. The corridors twisted and warped around them, entire sections phasing in and out of existence as the Nexus prepared for its space-time jump. "There!" Hera shouted, her antennae glowing brightly as she spotted the stasis chamber holding Dr. Cole. Mitchell interfaced with the chamber's controls, his hybrid abilities allowing him to quickly deactivate the stasis field. As Dr. Cole stirred to consciousness, Mitchell felt a surge of urgency through his neural link with the Nexus. "We need to evacuate now," he said, his voice tight with tension. "The Nexus is about to jump." With Dr. Cole unsteady on her feet, the team made their way to the docking bay where their shuttle waited. The gravitational fluctuations intensified with each passing moment, making their progress slow and treacherous. As they reached the shuttle, Mitchell's enhanced senses picked up the sound of straining metal. "The docking clamps are failing," he warned, rushing to the pilot's seat. Hera secured Dr. Volkov and Dr. Cole in the passenger compartment while Mitchell initiated the launch sequence. The shuttle's engines roared to life just as the docking clamps gave way. "Hold on!" Mitchell shouted, pushing the throttle to maximum. The shuttle shot out of the docking bay, immediately caught in the immense gravitational pull of the Nexus. Alarms blared as the craft's structural integrity was pushed to its limits. Mitchell's hands flew over the controls, his hybrid physiology allowing him to make split-second adjustments to their trajectory. Through the view screen, they watched in awe as the massive Nexus began to distort, its form stretching and twisting in impossible ways. A blinding light enveloped the structure, growing in intensity until it was painful to look at. "We're not going to make it," Dr. Cole gasped, her eyes wide with fear. But Mitchell refused to give up. His bioluminescence pulsed erratically as he pushed himself to the limit, interfacing directly with the shuttle systems to squeeze every ounce of power from its straining engines. Just as it seemed they would be pulled back into the Nexus, there was a deafening crack. The shuttle lurched violently, nearly throwing them from their seats as it broke free of the gravitational field. Behind them, the Nexus disappeared in a brilliant flash of light, leaving behind a residual energy field that buffeted their small vessel. Mitchell fought to maintain control as they were tossed about by the turbulent wake of the Nexus's departure. After several tense moments, the shuttle stabilized. An eerie silence fell over the crew as they stared at the empty space where the massive structure had been just moments before. "Is everyone all right?" Mitchell asked, his voice hoarse from the strain. Hera nodded, her antennae drooping slightly from exhaustion. "Dr. Cole and Volkov are secure. No apparent injuries." As they made their way back to the HSS Horizon, Mitchell couldn't shake the feeling that their encounter with the Nexus was nowhere near the end. The information it had imparted, the artifacts they had managed to retrieve, all of it held the potential to reshape the future of both human and Vidian civilizations. The shuttle docked with the HSS Horizon, and the team was immediately met by a security detail. Dr. Volkov, still unconscious and restrained, was quickly transferred to the ship's brig under heavy guard. Captain Marcus Stern's voice crackled over the intercom. "Mitchell, Hera, report to the bridge immediately. Dr. Cole, please proceed to medical for a full examination." As they made their way through the ship's corridors, Mitchell and Hera exchanged a meaningful glance. They both knew that the real challenges were only beginning. On the bridge, Captain Stern's face was grim as he briefed them on the situation. "Our long-range sensors have detected an incoming fleet. Initial scans suggest a mix of human and Vidian vessels, many with purest modifications." Mitchell's mind raced, processing the implications. "They must have tracked Volkov's ship," he said, his bioluminescence pulsing with agitation. Hera's antennae twitched as she studied the tactical display. "We're outnumbered and outgunned. Standard evasive maneuvers won't be enough." Captain Stern nodded grimly. "I'm open to suggestions. We can't let the Nexus artifacts or data fall into purist hands." Mitchell's eyes glowed as he interfaced with the ship's systems. "I might have an idea, but it's risky. One of the artifacts we retrieved. It appeared to be capable of generating localized space-time distortions." The captain's eyebrows shot up. "You're suggesting we use untested alien technology while under enemy fire?" "It may be our only chance," Hera interjected, her voice firm. "Mitchell and I can work with Dr. Cole to integrate it into our systems." After a moment's hesitation, Captain Stern gave a curt nod. "Do it. I'll buy you as much time as I can." As Mitchell and Hera raced to the containment area, the ship shuddered under the first volley of enemy fire. Alarms blared throughout the vessel, and crew members rushed to battle stations. In the shielded lab, they found Dr. Cole already hard at work, her fingers flying over holographic displays as she analyzed the Nexus artifact. We need to integrate this into the ship's power grid, Mitchell explained quickly. Can you do it? Dr. Cole's eyes widened, but she nodded resolutely. I'll need to bypass several safety protocols. It's going to be messy, but I can make it work. As they worked feverishly to connect the artifact, the ship rocked with increasingly powerful impacts. The shields were failing, and it was only a matter of time before the Purist fleet broke through. Finally, after what felt like hours but was merely minutes, Dr. Cole stepped back from the makeshift interface. "It's ready," she announced, her voice tense. "But I have no idea what will happen when we activate it." Mitchell took a deep breath, placing his hands on the artifact. He could feel its power thrumming through him, resonating with his hybrid physiology. "Only one way to find out," he said. With a nod to Hera, who stood ready to stabilize him if necessary, Mitchell activated the device. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Energy surged through the ship's systems, far more powerful than they had anticipated. The artifact pulsed with an otherworldly light, and Mitchell felt his consciousness expand, connecting not just with the HSS horizon, but with the very fabric of space-time around them. Through this expanded awareness, he sensed the Purist fleet closing in, their weapons primed for the killing blow. With a thought, Mitchell directed the artifact's energy outward. Space itself seemed to ripple and distort around the HSS horizon. The pursuing fleet, caught off guard by the sudden spatial anomaly, found themselves being pulled into the growing distortion. Alarms blared throughout the ship as the gravitational forces intensified. Mitchell struggled to maintain control, his body trembling with the effort of channeling the artifact's immense power. Hera, sensing his distress, moved to his side. The moment she touched him, their bioluminescent patterns synchronized, creating a stabilizing effect that allowed Mitchell to focus the artifact's output. The bridge crew watched in awe as both the HSS Horizon and the entire Purist fleet were engulfed by the space-time distortion. Reality itself seemed to warp and twist around them, subjecting all ships to intense gravitational forces and temporal fluctuations. As the HSS Horizon was pulled deeper into the heart of the anomaly, Mitchell felt his grip on consciousness slipping. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was a vast expanse of normal space vanishing, replaced by a swirling vortex of cosmic energies. The crew of the HSS Horizon held on desperately as their ship was flung into the unknown. The fate of both their mission and the ongoing conflict between humans and Vidians now hanging in the balance of wherever, or whenever, they would emerge. The intense gravitational forces and temporal fluctuations subsided, replaced by an eerie stillness. For a moment, the bridge of the HSS Horizon was plunged into darkness, the only light coming from the faint bioluminescence of Mitchell and Hera's skin. Suddenly, emergency power kicked in, bathing the bridge in a dim red glow. Captain Stern's voice cut through the silence. "Status report." The crew scrambled to their stations, assessing the damage. Lieutenant Commander Zhang's fingers flew across her console, bringing systems back online. "Multiple hull breaches detected. Sir, emergency force fields are holding, but we've lost primary power to decks 3 through 7. "Casualties?" Stern asked, his voice tight. "Reports still coming in, but Medical Bay is reporting numerous injuries," Zhang replied. As the ship's systems flickered back to life, Mitchell gasped, his eyes glowing brightly. The neural interface connecting him to the Horizon's systems surged with information, overwhelming his senses. Hera, still at his side, gripped his arm tightly, her own bioluminescence pulsing in sync with his. "Mitchell, talk to me," Stern demanded, concern evident in his voice. Mitchell's voice was strained as he processed a flood of data. We're in unknown space, Captain. The artifact's energy signature is fading, but I'm detecting severe structural damage throughout the ship." Hera's antennae twitched as she helped stabilize Mitchell's connection. "The Purist fleet," she said, her voice urgent. "They came through with us." As if on cue, The tactical display flickered to life, showing the scattered remnants of the Purist fleet. Several ships had been destroyed in the transition, their debris fields spreading out around the horizon. The remaining vessels were regrouping, their formation ragged but purposeful. "Sir," Lieutenant Reyes called out from the helm, "I'm detecting a solar system nearby. Long-range scans indicate a habitable planet with signs of advanced civilization." Captain Stern's eyes narrowed as he considered their options. With the ship damaged and the Purist threat still looming, they needed allies and resources. "Set a course for that planet, maximum sustainable speed. We need to put some distance between us and the Purists." As the horizon limped towards the alien world, the bridge crew worked feverishly to restore critical systems. Mitchell, his connection to the ship system stabilizing, moved to assist with the repairs, his hybrid physiology allowing him to interface directly with the damaged components. Hours passed as they approached the planet, the Purist fleet giving chase, but falling behind due to their own battle damage. As they entered the system, the long-range sensors provided more detail about their destination. "Captain," Hera called out, her antennae twitching with excitement. "The planet shows signs of a unified global civilization. Energy readings suggest technology comparable to, or perhaps even more advanced than our own." Before Stern could respond, a transmission cut through their communication system. The view screen flickered to life, revealing a humanoid figure with iridescent skin that pulsed with patterns of light. The alien's voice was melodic but firm as it spoke in perfectly translated standard. "Attention, unknown vessels. This is Ambassador Lyra of the ZYN Collective. You have entered restricted space. Cease your approach immediately and prepare to be boarded for inspection. Any hostile action will be met with lethal force." Captain Stern exchanged glances with his senior staff before responding. "This is Captain Marcus Stern of the HSS Horizon. We come in peace and will comply with your instructions. We request assistance and safe harbor." As Stern spoke, the tactical display lit up with new contacts. A defensive grid of satellites activated around the planet, their weapons trained on both the horizon and the approaching Purist fleet. "Understood, Captain Stern," Ambassador Lyra replied. "Maintain your current position. A ZYN inspection vessel will dock with your ship shortly. Prepare a diplomatic team to receive us." As the communication ended, Stern turned to Mitchell and Hera. "You too, along with Dr. Cole, will represent us. Your unique physiologies might give us an edge in these negotiations." Mitchell nodded, his bioluminescence pulsing with a mix of anticipation and concern. "What about the Purists, sir?" "They're responding to the Zen's hail now," Lieutenant Zhang reported. "It appears they're agreeing to the inspection as well." As the crew prepared for the Zen's arrival, alarms suddenly blared through the ship. Lieutenant Zhang's voice was tight with urgency as she reported, "Sir, we have a security breach in the brig at Volkov." Mitchell and Hera exchanged alarmed glances. "Captain," Mitchell said, "we need to contain him, if he's fully integrated with the Nexus download." Stern nodded grimly. "Go. Stop him at all costs. We can't afford a diplomatic incident now." As Mitchell and Hera raced towards the brig, the ship shuddered slightly. The ZYN inspection vessel had arrived, docking with the horizon. The fate of their mission, and perhaps the future of human-Vidian relations, now hung in the balance as multiple crises converged. Mitchell and Hera sprinted through the corridors, their bioluminescence leaving trails of light in their wake. Ahead, they could hear the sounds of struggle and the unmistakable whine of energy weapons. As they rounded a corner, they saw Volkov, or what Volkov had become. The Purist leader's body had transformed, his skin now a shifting canvas of bioluminescent patterns. His limbs had elongated, and his eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. He moved with inhuman speed and grace, effortlessly evading the security team's attempts to subdue him. "Volkov," Mitchell called out, his own body tensing for combat. "Stand down! You don't know what you're dealing with." Volkov turned, his distorted features twisting into a cruel smile. "Oh, but I do, Mitchell. I understand now more than ever. The Nexus has shown me the truth, the power we can wield." With that, Volkov lunged towards them, his body seeming to phase in and out of normal space. Mitchell and Hera moved in perfect synchronization, their hybrid physiologies allowing them to anticipate and counter Volkov's enhanced abilities. As the battle raged through the ship's corridors, the ZYN inspection team boarded the horizon, led by Ambassador Lyra. Dr. Cole greeted them, her scientific curiosity almost unchecked as she observed the bioluminescent aliens. "Welcome aboard the HSS Horizon," Dr. Cole said, bowing slightly. "I apologize for the commotion. We're dealing with an internal security matter." Ambassador Lyra's skin pulsed with patterns of light that seemed to convey both curiosity and concern. "We detected the energy fluctuations. Your ship carries technology of great interest to us, Doctor. Perhaps we can assist with your security issue?" Before Dr. Cole could respond, the ship rocked violently. Alarms blared as Lieutenant Zhang's voice came over the intercom. "Multiple impacts detected. The Purist fleet is attacking both us and the ZYN inspection vessel." Outside, space lit up with weapons fire as the Purist ships launched a surprise assault. Their weapons, enhanced by Nexus-derived technology, tore through the ZYN's defenses with alarming ease. Inside the horizon, the battle between Mitchell, Hera, and Volkov reached a critical point. They had chased the transformed Purist leader to the secured area containing the Nexus artifacts. Volkov, his body now more energy than matter, phased through the security field and grabbed one of the devices. "No!" Mitchell shouted, lunging forward as the artifact began to glow in Volkov's hands. Time seemed to slow as Mitchell tackled Volkov, the activated artifact, creating a localized field of altered space-time around them. Hera, without hesitation, leaped after them. In a blinding flash of energy, all three vanished, leaving behind only the fading echo of the artifact's power. On the bridge, Captain Stern watched in horror as both internal and external situations spiraled out of control. The horizon, caught between the attacking Purist fleet and the now suspicious ZYN forces, shuddered under renewed assault. As klaxons wailed and crew members rushed to battle stations, Stern knew that the next few moments would determine not just the fate of his ship and crew, but potentially the future of multiple species across the galaxy. The HSS Horizon hung in space, damaged and surrounded, its most capable defenders now missing in action. As the Purist weapons fire intensified and the ZYN planet below began to mobilize its defenses, Captain Stern gripped his command chair, his mind racing to find a way out of this seemingly impossible situation. As he opened his mouth to issue new orders, a blinding flash of light erupted from the secured area containing the Nexus artifacts. The ship's sensors registered a massive energy spike, and then nothing. "Report," Stern barked, his fist clenched as he gripped the chairs of his chair. Lieutenant Zhang's fingers flew across her console. "Sir, the energy signature from the Nexus artifact has disappeared. And Mitchell, Hera, and Volkov are no longer on board." Before Stern could process this information, the ship rocked violently as another volley of Purist weapons fire slammed into their shields. "Evasive maneuvers," Stern ordered. "Get us out of their firing arc." As the horizon banked sharply, narrowly avoiding a barrage of energy torpedoes, the view screen flickered to life. Ambassador Lyra's face appeared, her bioluminescent patterns pulsing with urgency. "Captain Stern, what is the meaning of this chaos? Our sensors detect unauthorized teleportation to the planet's surface. Explain yourself immediately." Stern's mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened. "Ambassador, I assure you we're as confused as you are. We're dealing with a rogue element that dash. His words were cut short as the ship shuddered under another impact. Warning klaxons blared as Zhang reported, "Hull breach on Deck 5. Emergency force fields are holding, but barely." On the planet's surface, Mitchell's head swam as he struggled to his feet. The world around him spun, a kaleidoscope of unfamiliar colors and shifting light patterns. As his vision cleared, he found himself in the middle of a bustling alien cityscape. Towering crystalline structures reached towards a sky painted in hues he had no words to describe. "Hera," he called out, his voice hoarse. "Here," came the reply, and he turned to see his partner pushing herself up from the ground. Her bioluminescent patterns were pulsing erratically, mirroring his own disorientation. A commotion nearby drew their attention. Volkov, his form now barely recognizable as human, was scrambling to his feet. His body seemed to flicker and shift, as if struggling to maintain cohesion in this new environment. "Stop him," Mitchell shouted, but Volkov was already moving, darting into the crowded street with inhuman speed. Mitchell and Hera gave chase, their hybrid physiologies allowing them to weave through the startled ZYN populace with surprising agility. As they ran, Mitchell noticed something strange. His bioluminescent patterns were reacting to the ambient energy of the ZYN world, intensifying and synchronizing with Hera's. They pursued Volkov through winding streets and past structures that defied Earth architecture. The ZYN inhabitants, their own bioluminescent skin pulsing with alarm, scattered to make way for the off-worlders. "Mitchell," Hera called out as they ran, "our patterns, they're changing." He nodded, feeling the shift. Somehow, their enhanced communication was becoming even more intuitive. Without words, they coordinated their movements, anticipating each other's actions as they navigated the alien terrain. Ahead, Volkov's unstable form was causing havoc. As he ran, sections of buildings seemed to warp and shift, creating obstacles in his wake. Mitchell and Hera were forced to adapt quickly, leaping over sudden chasms and ducking under reforming archways. The chase led them to the outskirts of the city, where a massive structure loomed. Unlike the crystalline architecture of the city center, this building was an imposing monolith of dark, pulsating material. "A research facility," Hera said, her antennae twitching as she processed the information their enhanced senses were providing. Volkov phased through the facility's outer defenses, triggering alarms that echoed across the alien landscape. Mitchell and Hera followed, their hybrid bodies reacting violently to the security systems. It felt like every cell in their bodies was being scanned and rejected. Fighting through the pain, they pressed on. The interior of the facility was a maze of glowing conduits and pulsating data streams. They caught glimpses of Volkov ahead, his form becoming increasingly unstable as he absorbed and integrated the alien technology around him. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Stop, all of you!" They turned to see Dr. Lyra, the ZYN scientist who had inspected the horizon. Her bioluminescent patterns conveyed a mix of anger and concern. "Dr. Lyra," Mitchell said, his breath coming in short gasps. "Volkov. He's absorbed the Nexus data. He's unstable and dangerous." Lyra's patterns shifted to convey understanding. "Follow me. We must contain him before he reaches the vault." As they raced deeper into the facility, alarms blared, and ZYN security forces mobilized around them. Lyra's presence seemed to hold them at bay, but Mitchell could sense their growing agitation. They reached a massive door, its surface covered in pulsing, intricate patterns. Lyra placed her hand on a panel, and the door slid open to reveal a cavernous chamber filled with swirling energy fields and pulsating biotechnology. In the center stood Volkov, his form now a terrifying amalgamation of human, Vidian, and ZYN physiologies. He turned to face them, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "You're too late," Volkov's distorted voice echoed through the chamber. "I've seen the truth, the power we can wield. It's beyond anything you can imagine." Mitchell stepped forward, his own hybrid form resonating with the alien technology around him. He could feel new understanding flooding his mind, insights into his own transformed nature that he had never before grasped. "Volkov, your body can't handle this," Mitchell pleaded. "Let us help you before it's too late." Volkov's response was a terrifying laugh that shook the very walls of the vault. Energy crackled around him as he prepared to attack. Mitchell and Hera moved in perfect synchronization, their linked consciousness allowing them to anticipate and counter Volkov's every move. The battle raged through the vault, each impact threatening to release the unstable ZYN biotechnology into the environment. As they fought, Mitchell could sense Volkov's form beginning to break down. The combination of Nexus data, hybrid genetics, and ZYN tech was proving too volatile. "Hera, now!" Mitchell called out, and together they launched a final coordinated assault. Volkov's defenses crumbled, and he collapsed to the floor, his body flickering between states of matter. Dr. Lyra rushed forward, activating a stasis field that enveloped Volkov's writhing form. "It's done," Lyra said, her patterns conveying relief and concern. "But this is just getting started. Your ship, the Purists, they're still in combat above our world." Mitchell nodded, his mind already reaching out to interface with the ZYN communication network. As he established a link to the horizon, he knew that the real challenge was just beginning. Somehow, they needed to find a way to bridge the gap between humans, Vidians, and ZYN. ZYN and the myriad other species affected by the Nexus. The weight of this responsibility settled on Mitchell's shoulders as he turned to face Dr. Lyra. "We need to get back to the horizon," he said, his voice urgent. "The situation up there is still critical." Dr. Lyra nodded, her bioluminescent patterns conveying understanding. "Follow me. We have a shuttle that can get us to orbit quickly." As they hurried through the facility, Mitchell and Hera worked together to carry the stasis pod containing Volkov's unstable form. The corridors pulsed with activity as ZYN scientists and security personnel rushed to secure their technology and respond to the crisis unfolding above their world. They reached a launch bay where a sleek ZYN shuttle awaited them. Its organic curves and pulsating lights were a stark contrast to the utilitarian design of human spacecraft. As they boarded, Mitchell felt a familiar tingle as his hybrid physiology began to interface with the alien technology. Dr. Lyra took the pilot seat, her hands dancing over the glowing control surfaces. The shuttle hummed to life, lifting off smoothly and accelerating towards the upper atmosphere. As they ascended, the comm system crackled with an incoming transmission. Captain Stern's face appeared on a shimmering holographic display, his expression grim. "Mitchell? We have a situation," Stern said, his voice tight with tension. "A faction of the Purist fleet has broken away and is attempting to flee the system. We believe they've stolen critical Nexus data." Mitchell's mind raced, processing the implications. "What are your orders, Captain?" "Intercept and disable those ships," Stern replied. "We can't let them escape with that information. It could destabilize the entire sector if it falls into the wrong hands." "Understood, sir," Mitchell acknowledged. He turned to Dr. Lyra. "Can this shuttle keep up with fleeing warships?" Lyra's skin pulsed with what Mitchell interpreted as tenacity. "It can now," she said, altering their course to pursue the Purist vessels. Mitchell placed his hand on a nearby console, feeling the shuttle systems open up to him. Information flooded his consciousness as he merged with the ship's sensor arrays and propulsion systems. With a thought, he optimized their trajectory and pushed the engines beyond their normal limits. Beside him, Hera interfaced with the weapon systems, her combat experience translating seamlessly to the alien technology. Her bioluminescent patterns danced with complex calculations as she analyzed firing solutions and power distributions. As they closed in on the fleeing purist ships, Mitchell detected an anomalous energy signature. His eyes widened as he realized its implications. "They're attempting to create a makeshift FTL drive," he said, his voice tense. "If they succeed, they could spread their ideology across the galaxy unchecked." Hera's response was to target the engines of the lead purist vessel. A pulse of energy lanced out from their shuttle, striking the larger ship with pinpoint accuracy. The purist vessel's engine sputtered and died, leaving it drifting helplessly in space. But the remaining purist ships pressed on, pushing their own engines to the limit. Mitchell's hybrid senses allowed him to anticipate their evasive maneuvers, feeding the information directly to Hera. She used this advantage to disable 2 more ships with precision strikes. The constant interfacing with the alien technology began to take its toll on Mitchell. His bioluminescent patterns flickered erratically, and he felt a searing pain behind his eyes. He struggled to maintain his connection to the shuttle systems, his vision blurring. Hera noticed his distress immediately. Without hesitation, she moved to support him physically, her hand gripping his arm. The contact sent a surge of energy through Mitchell, stabilizing his condition. Their eyes met, and in that moment their bond deepened, transcending mere partnership. Reinvigorated, Mitchell refocused on the pursuit. He detected a dense asteroid field ahead and quickly formulated a plan. "Dr. Lyra," he called out, "can you navigate us through that field?" Lyra's skin pulsed with confidence. "Consider it done," she replied, guiding the shuttle into the treacherous terrain. Mitchell used his enhanced senses to project the most likely paths the purist ships would take. Hera anticipated his thoughts, targeting key points to herd the fleeing vessels into increasingly narrow channels. Suddenly, one of the purist ships attempted a desperate maneuver, diving between 2 massive asteroids. Mitchell watched in horror as the ship miscalculated, its wing clipping the rocky surface. The vessel spun out of control, tumbling directly towards their shuttle. In a split-second decision, Mitchell diverted power from non-essential systems to reinforce their structural integrity. Hera, acting on instinct, threw herself over Mitchell, shielding him with her body. The impact sent shock waves through the small craft. Alarms blared as systems overloaded, but the reinforced hull held. Mitchell felt Hera's weight pressing against him, her rapid heartbeat matching his own. As they recovered from the collision, Hera wasted no time. She targeted the disoriented purist ship, disabling its remaining engines with a series of precise shots. The immediate threat neutralized, Mitchell established a secure comm link with the horizon. "Captain," he reported, his voice hoarse, "we've disabled the fleeing purist ships, requesting support to board and secure the vessels." As they waited for backup to arrive, Dr. Lyra began scanning the captured ships. Her analysis revealed the stolen Nexus data, encrypted and integrated into the ship's computer cores. "Extracting this data intact will require careful handling," Lyra observed, her patterns conveying concern. Before Mitchell could respond, proximity alarms blared. He quickly checked the sensors and detected an energy buildup in one of the disabled purist vessels. "They're initiating a self-destruct sequence," he announced, his mind racing to find a solution. "We need to stop it before we lose the data and potentially the purist crew." Mitchell made a split-second decision. "I'm going to interface directly with their systems," he said, moving towards the shuttle's airlock. Hera's eyes widened in alarm. "Mitchell, no. Your physiology is already strained. It's too dangerous." But Mitchell was already donning a protective suit. "It's the only way," he said, his voice firm. "We can't let that data be destroyed." Against Hera's protests, Mitchell exited the shuttle. He activated his magnetic boots, securing himself to the hull of the nearest purist vessel. Locating an access port, he connected directly to the ship's computer core. Immediately, Mitchell was assaulted by powerful encryption and aggressive countermeasures. He gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain as his hybrid physiology struggled to adapt. His bioluminescent patterns fluctuated wildly, visible even through his protective suit. Inside the shuttle, Hera watched Mitchell's vital signs with growing concern. His life signs spiked erratically as he battled against the purest systems. With seconds to spare, Mitchell managed to override the self-destruct sequence. Relief flooded through him, but it was short-lived. The extreme effort overwhelmed his already taxed system, and darkness closed in around him. His last sensation was of floating weightlessly, tethered to the purest ship only by his magnetic boots. Hera sprang into action the moment Mitchell lost consciousness. She quickly donned her own protective suit and launched herself towards his limp form. With practiced efficiency, she detached him from the purest vessel and maneuvered them both back to the safety of the ZYN shuttle. As soon as they were inside, Dr. Lyra began assessing Mitchell's condition. Her expression grew grave as she observed his rapidly fluctuating hybrid physiology. His genetic structure is highly unstable, Lyra reported, her patterns pulsing with urgency. He requires immediate specialized care to prevent permanent damage. Without hesitation, Lyra altered their course, the shuttle accelerating rapidly towards the planet's surface. As they descended, Hera remained by Mitchell's side, her hand clasped tightly around his. The shuttle streaked through the atmosphere, racing against time to reach the advanced medical facilities that represented Mitchell's best hope for recovery. As the alien cityscape came into view once more, Hera found herself torn between relief at their successful mission and deep concern for her partner's well-being. The future of their conflict with the Purists, the implications of the captured Nexus data, and the potential consequences of their actions all paled in comparison to the immediate crisis of Mitchell's condition. As the shuttle touched down outside a pulsating structure that Lyra identified as a medical center, Hera knew that the next few hours would be critical not just for Mitchell, but for the future of their unique partnership. As the shuttle touched down outside the pulsating structure of the ZYN Medical Center, Hera's grip on Mitchell's hand tightened. The moment the hatch opened, a team of ZYN medical specialists swarmed in, their bioluminescent patterns flashing with urgency. "We need to move him immediately," one of the ZYN doctors said, their skin pulsing with complex information as they assessed Mitchell's condition. Hera reluctantly let go as the medical team transferred Mitchell onto a hover stretcher. She followed closely behind as they rushed through the undulating corridors of the facility, the walls seeming to pulse in sync with Mitchell's erratic life signs. They arrived at an emergency treatment chamber, a dome-shaped room filled with equipment that looked more organic than mechanical. The ZYN doctors moved with practiced efficiency, connecting Mitchell to various devices that hummed and pulsed with alien energy. "You need to wait outside," one of the doctors told Hera, gesturing towards a translucent barrier. Hera shook her head, her expression resolute. "I'm not leaving him." The doctor's patterns flashed with irritation, but before they could argue further, Mitchell's body convulsed violently. His bioluminescent patterns flared in a chaotic display, causing several nearby instruments to spark and short out. "His hybrid physiology is destabilizing rapidly," another doctor announced, their skin rippling with concern. "Initiating emergency genetic realignment protocols." Hera watched helplessly from behind the barrier as the medical team sprang into action. They activated a series of energy fields that enveloped Mitchell's body in a soft, pulsating glow. Simultaneously, they began administering a series of injections, each one causing Mitchell's skin to briefly change color and texture. As the treatment progressed, Hera noticed something strange. Her own bioluminescent patterns began to shift and change, seemingly in response to Mitchell's most intense moments of distress. She placed her hand against the barrier, her patterns pulsing in sync with his. One of the ZYN doctors noticed this phenomenon and called out to their colleagues. After a brief, silent exchange of bioluminescent signals, they turned to Hera. "Your presence seems to be having a stabilizing effect," the doctor explained. "We'd like you to enter the chamber." Without hesitation, Hera stepped through the barrier. She moved to Mitchell's side, taking his hand in hers. The moment they made contact, the chaotic fluctuations in Mitchell's vital signs began to smooth out. The lead doctor's skin flashed with excitement. "This is remarkable. Your hybrid physiologies appear to be resonating with each other, creating a stabilizing feedback loop." They quickly attached neural interfaces to both Hera and Mitchell, linking their nervous systems. As the connection solidified, Hera gasped. Her mind was suddenly flooded with vivid sensory impressions, memories, emotions, and experiences that weren't her own. She saw flashes of Mitchell's past. His early days in the military, his first encounter with Vidian technology, the moment he realized he was changing into something new. She felt his fear, his persistence, and his growing attachment to her. As Hera processed this flood of information, she noticed Mitchell's condition improving steadily. His genetic structure, visible on nearby holographic displays, began to realign itself. The violent convulsions subsided, replaced by a gentle, rhythmic pulsing of his bioluminescent patterns. Hours passed as the ZYN medical team worked tirelessly, adjusting their treatments based on the data from Hera and Mitchell's neural link. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Mitchell's eyes fluttered open. "Hera," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "I'm here," she replied, squeezing his hand. "You're going to be okay." As Mitchell regained full consciousness, he blinked rapidly, his eyes darting around the room. His expression shifted from confusion to wonder. "Everything looks different," he said, his gaze fixed on a point in space that only he could see. "I can see energy patterns, genetic structures. It's like the whole world is made of living information." Dr. Lyra, who had been observing the procedure from a nearby console, approached Mitchell's bedside. Her patterns pulsed with intense curiosity. "Mitchell, your hybrid physiology seems to have undergone a significant evolution," she explained. "Your exposure to ZYN biotechnology, combined with the extreme stress your system endured, has unlocked latent abilities we didn't even know were possible." Mitchell sat up slowly, his movements careful and deliberate as he adjusted to his new perceptions. He looked at Hera and his eyes widened. "I can see our connection," he said softly. "It's like a web of light binding us together." Before Hera could respond, the room's communication system chimed. A holographic display materialized, showing Captain Stern's face. His expression was grim. "Mitchell, Hera, I'm glad to see you're both all right," Stern said. "But we have a situation developing. The purists are on the move, and they're not backing down. We need you back on the horizon as soon as possible." Mitchell exchanged a look with Hera, then turned back to the hologram. "Understood, Captain. We'll be there soon." As the hologram faded, Dr. Lyra stepped forward, her patterns conveying a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Before you go," she said, "I have a proposal. Your new abilities, Mitchell, they might be the key to unlocking the full potential of the Nexus technology. We could use your unique perspective to decrypt the remaining data." Hera frowned, concern evident in her expression. He just went through a life-threatening ordeal. Is it safe for him to interface with more alien tech so soon? Mitchell placed a hand on Hera's arm, his touch sending a cascade of shared sensations through their lingering neural link. "I understand your concern," he said softly. "But this might be our best chance to get ahead of the purists and find a solution to this conflict. I have to try." Hera nodded reluctantly, knowing that Mitchell was right. As they prepared to leave the medical facility, the weight of their next challenge settled upon them. The race to unravel the mysteries of the Nexus had entered a new phase, and the stakes were higher than ever. The journey back to the horizon was tense, filled with anticipation of the challenges that lay ahead. As they approached the ZYN laboratory complex, alarms suddenly blared throughout the facility. Mitchell and Hera exchanged a quick glance, their newly strengthened bond allowing them to communicate without words. They knew the purists had made their move. "We need to get to the Nexus artifact," Mitchell said, his voice steady despite the chaos erupting around them. "If we can complete the data extraction, we might find a solution to end this conflict once and for all." Hera nodded, her hand instinctively moving to her weapon. "I'll cover you. Let's go." They raced through the undulating corridors of the ZYN facility, the walls pulsing with an urgency that matched their own. As they neared the laboratory, the sounds of battle grew louder. Energy weapons discharging, the clash of hand-to-hand combat, and the shouts of both ZYN defenders and purist attackers. Dr. Lyra met them at the entrance to the main research chamber, her bioluminescent patterns flashing with a mix of excitement and fear. "Quickly," she urged, ushering them inside. "We prepared the interface. Mitchell, are you ready?" Mitchell nodded, his new senses already picking up on the complex energy patterns emanating from the Nexus artifact. He approached the alien device, its surface swirling with colors and textures that seemed to shift and change as he watched. As Mitchell connected to the artifact, Hera took up a defensive position near the laboratory's entrance. She could hear the ZYN security forces engaging the purist infiltrators, their lines of defense falling back closer and closer to their position. Mitchell's body began to pulse with intricate bioluminescent patterns as he delved deeper into the Nexus data. His face was a mask of concentration, eyes moving rapidly beneath closed lids as he processed the influx of information. Dr. Lyra and her team worked feverishly at nearby consoles, their patterns flashing in complex sequences as they initiated emergency backup protocols. "We're transferring the data to secure locations throughout the capital," Lyra explained to Hera. "No matter what happens here, the information won't be lost." Suddenly, an explosion rocked the laboratory, the force of it nearly knocking Hera off her feet. The outer door buckled and then burst open, admitting a stream of purist soldiers. Leading them was a figure Hera recognized with a jolt of surprise, Commander Vex, whom she had believed dead. Vex's face was partially obscured by cybernetic implants, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He raised a strange, pulsing weapon, aiming it directly at Mitchell. "Step away from the artifact," Vex demanded, his voice distorted by his enhancements. Hera didn't hesitate. She launched herself at Vex, her enhanced reflexes allowing her to close the distance before he could fire. They collided in a blur of motion, Hera's combat training meeting Vex's augmented strength. As they grappled, purist soldiers poured into the room. ZYN security officers fought back valiantly, but they were quickly overwhelmed. Dr. Lyra and her team took cover behind their equipment, still working desperately to secure the valuable data. Hera and Vex's battle raged across the laboratory. Vex's cybernetic enhancements gave him incredible strength, but Hera's recent experiences had honed her hybrid abilities to a razor's edge. They were evenly matched, trading blows that would have incapacitated normal humans. Despite her best efforts, Hera found herself being slowly overpowered. Vex's relentless assault drove her back, step by step, towards where Mitchell stood connected to the Nexus artifact. Just as it seemed Vex would break through, Mitchell's eyes snapped open. In an instant, the lab was filled with a palpable energy. Mitchell raised his hand, and several purist soldiers were suddenly disarmed, their weapons flying through the air to turn against them. Hera felt a surge of strength flow through her, her connection with Mitchell amplifying her own abilities. Together, they faced Vex, moving in perfect synchronization. Vex snarled, his cybernetic implants sparking as he struggled against Mitchell's telekinetic assault. But the combined might of the two hybrids was too much for him. With a final coordinated attack, Hera and Mitchell managed to overpower Vex, sending him crashing to the ground, his systems shorting out. As the dust settled, Mitchell turned to Dr. Lyra, his eyes still glowing with the power of the Nexus. "I've seen it," he said, his voice filled with awe. "The Nexus's plan for integration. It's more incredible than we ever imagined." Lyra's patterns pulsed with excitement as Mitchell shared his discoveries. The data revealed a method to safely enhance and stabilize hybrid physiologies across multiple species, potentially ending the conflict that had torn their civilizations apart. "We can implement this on a large scale," Lyra said, her mind racing with possibilities. "But we'll need a massive amount of energy and specialized equipment." "The Harmony Nexus," Mitchell suggested, the knowledge flowing from his enhanced mind. "It's our best chance." As they began to plan their next move, reports came in of a massive Purist fleet assembling at the edge of the system. The stakes had never been higher. The fate of multiple civilizations now hung in the balance. Mitchell and Hera exchanged a look, their bond stronger than ever after the intense battle. Without a word, they knew what they had to do. "We'll lead the defense of the Harmony Nexus," Hera announced, her voice firm with drive. As they boarded a specially modified ZYN battlecruiser, equipped with hybrid technology that would allow them to fully utilize their unique abilities, Mitchell and Hera prepared themselves for the greatest challenge of their lives. The ship hummed with power as it launched into orbit, joining the combined human, Vidian, and ZYN fleet that had assembled to defend the Harmony Nexus. From the bridge of their battlecruiser, Mitchell and Hera watched as the first wave of Purist ships emerged from hyperspace. The final battle for the future of galactic evolution was about to begin. The combined fleet of human, Vidian, and ZYN ships formed a protective barrier around the Harmony Nexus orbital station, their sleek hulls gleaming against the backdrop of stars. Mitchell and Hera stood side by side on the bridge of their hybrid battlecruiser, their hands clasped tightly as they faced the impending onslaught. Mitchell's enhanced senses tingled as he perceived the complex energy patterns of the approaching Purist fleet. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light as he processed the information. "I can see their formations," he said, his voice tight with concentration. "They're planning to hit us in 3 waves, focusing on our flanks." Hera nodded, her fingers flying over the ship's control interface, transmitting tactical data to the Allied fleet now. As the first wave of Purist ships emerged from hyperspace, the space around the Harmony Nexus erupted into chaos. Energy beams crisscrossed the void, and explosions bloomed like deadly flowers against the canvas of stars. Mitchell and Hera's battlecruiser darted through the melee with unnatural grace. Their synchronized actions allowed them to anticipate and counter enemy maneuvers with uncanny precision. Hera's expert piloting, combined with Mitchell's ability to interface directly with the ship's systems, made their vessel a force to be reckoned with. "2 bogeys on our 6, Hera called out, her hands a blur over the controls. Mitchell closed his eyes, connecting with the ship's weapon systems. "I see them," he replied, his voice eerily calm. A moment later, 2 precision shots lanced out from their rear weapons array, reducing the pursuing Purist fighters to expanding clouds of debris. As the battle raged, Mitchell's enhanced senses picked up a surge of energy from the Harmony Nexus. "Dr. Lyra and her team have started the hybridization process," he announced. "We need to buy them more time." Hera's eyes narrowed as she assessed the tactical situation. "We can't hold them off forever. We need to take the fight to them." Mitchell nodded, a plan forming in his mind. The Purist flagship. If we can disrupt their command structure, it might give us the edge we need. Without hesitation, Hera angled their ship towards the heart of the Purist fleet. They weaved through the chaotic battlefield, their hybrid technology allowing them to slip past enemy defenses with almost supernatural agility. As they approached the massive Purist flagship, they encountered heavy resistance. Enemy fighters swarmed around them, their weapons fire battering the battlecruiser's shields. "Shields at 60% and dropping," Mitchell reported, his hands moving in complex patterns as he diverted power to maintain their defenses. Suddenly, a powerful energy pulse struck their ship, sending tremors through the hull. Alarms blared as systems failed across the board. "We've lost main propulsion," Hera growled, fighting with the controls to keep them stable. As they drifted in space, vulnerable to attack, Mitchell's mind raced. He turned to Hera, his eyes glowing with intensity. "I have an idea, but it's risky. We can use our combined hybrid abilities to create an energy field around the ship, like the one we experienced with the Nexus artifact." Hera met his gaze, trust evident in her expression. "Let's do it." They joined hands, their bioluminescent patterns synchronizing in a mesmerizing dance of light. Energy crackled between them, building in intensity until it engulfed their entire ship in a pulsating field. To their amazement, the field began to absorb incoming fire, redirecting the energy back at their attackers. Purist ships that ventured too close found their systems overloaded, drifting powerless in space. Inspired by Mitchell and Hera's display of power, the Allied fleet pressed their advantage. The tide of battle turned as more Purist ships fell to the combined might of the human, Vidian, and ZYN forces. On the bridge of the Purist flagship, Commander Vex watched in growing despair as his fleet crumbled before the Allies' onslaught. His cybernetic implants sparked and sputtered, overwhelmed by the stress of impending defeat. "All ships, concentrate fire on the Harmony Nexus," Vex bellowed, his voice distorted by his enhancements. "If we can't have it, no one will." As Purist ships began their kamikaze run towards the station, Mitchell and Hera's battlecruiser moved to intercept. Their hybrid energy field expanded, creating a shimmering barrier that deflected the attacking vessels. The effort strained their abilities to the limit. Mitchell gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead as he fought to maintain the field. Hera's grip on his hand tightened, her own bioluminescent patterns flaring brilliantly as she poured her strength into their shared connection. Just as it seemed they would be overwhelmed, a massive pulse of energy erupted from the Harmony Nexus. It swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave, engulfing friend and foe alike in its radiance. Mitchell and Hera watched in awe as the pulse passed harmlessly through the Allied ships, but caused the Purist vessels to power down, their systems overloaded by the complex energy patterns. As the light faded, they saw that both Purist and Allied crew members were undergoing a startling transformation. Bioluminescent patterns appeared on their skin, and their bodies began to adapt, incorporating aspects of other species' physiologies. On the Purist flagship, Commander Vex underwent the most dramatic change. His cybernetic implants merged seamlessly with his organic tissue, creating a perfect blend of multiple species' strengths. The hatred that had driven him for so long melted away, replaced by a look of wonder and understanding. Mitchell and Hera exchanged a glance, their own hybrid natures humming in harmony with the energy that now permeated the battlefield. They had won, not through destruction, but through transformation. As they prepared to dock with the Harmony Nexus, Mitchell squeezed Hera's hand. "Ready for what comes next?" he asked, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Hera nodded, her eyes shining with the light of new possibilities. "Together," she replied, "we can face anything." Their ship glided towards the station, leaving behind a battlefield forever changed by the power of integration and understanding.
You have reached the end of the story. If you enjoyed this story and want to support us, please leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and for every comment that says 88, I will heart every single one of them. Thank you for your time.